Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to order. Let's call the roll, please, to establish a quorum.
Councilmember Ashby? Here. Councilmember Warren?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Hanson? Here. Councilmember Carr?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Guerra?
Here.
Councilmember Chenier?
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Here. Very good. A quorum has been established. We want to begin, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. And there are a lot of wonderful little children in the audience here tonight. I'm told that the Carters, the Jacksons, and the Logans are all here. And we would ask you if you'd be willing to come on up and help lead the City Council in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Would you? Don't be shy.
No.
They won't after you give them candy. All right, Marlissa, you're the boss. You're the big sis.
You guys ready?
All right, say 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Good job, baby.
Excellent job, you guys. Thank you so much for coming to your building. Do you guys know you own this building? Hope you know that. Mom can explain that. You're the owners. Okay. Members, we're going to proceed tonight. We're going to get to the regular council meeting agenda, including some important commendations and proclamations in just a little bit. But we called a special meeting for 5 o'clock this evening to address, at least begin to address, address more aggressively our gang issues in Sacramento. That meeting, special meeting, has been duly noticed. Any action by the council pursuant to this item will require a 2/3 vote. Why are we doing this? We are doing this because 5 people were shot in Meadowview on Sunday. The continuation of a back and forth gang shootings, retaliation, back and forth that has been going on for months and longer. And we don't want to wait, at least I don't want to wait any longer to agendize what could be a very important part of the solution. I understand I'll take a 2/3 vote, and it'll be the council's prerogative. But I want to at least give us the opportunity tonight to hear this item, not wait until the 19th of September, which is nearly a month from now. And let's get going on doing everything we can to save innocent lives. And so let's hear the item. Vice Mayor Jennings, do you want to make a comment before the item is heard? Or?
Wait, point of order?
Yes,
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to hearing the item, don't we have to decide if we're going to allow the item to proceed?
No, I think procedurally, the item has been properly noticed, 24-hour notice, to actually call a special meeting to hear the item. In order to waive the contractual requirements pursuant to the item, that will take a 2/3 vote. But to actually hear the item, it's been properly agendized. Is that correct, Mr. Sanchez?
Mayor and council, there are a couple of different ways the council could have proceeded. In this instance, there was a decision to move forward with a special meeting notice, and that notice was sent out 24 hours in advance. So that's been done. The other option that I think you may be referring to is having the council take a vote that the item arose after the agenda was posted and take that procedural step. But that's not necessary at this point because of the special notice.
But it will, could somebody, I need to ask folks if they could turn off their cell phones, please.
My question, City Attorney, was if the item came before us on a 24-hour notice, I thought that procedurally, prior to being able to vote on the item, we would first have to vote on amending or suspending our own rule of 10 days' worth of notice on the contract component. So my question is really not how did we get to this point, but from this point moving forward, how would we hear the item? Because we can't vote on the item and then after voting on the item, vote on whether or not we could vote on the item.
Right.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, the issue then is the steps that council should take in order to consider the item. Because the item has been specially noticed, my recommendation is the council can hear the item, but you cannot act on the item until there's a 2/3 vote taken to suspend the council rules with regards to the posting of the agreement.
That's exactly the way I understand it. In other words, we hear the item as an informational item. If there's a motion to take action, it needs to be preceded by a 2/3 waiver of the contractual requirements. That'll be up to the body. But to hear the item and to discuss it is, 24 hours has been provided, and it's properly before us.
So we can hear it, and then but before we vote on it, we would first need to vote, take
Yes.
the vote about
The
suspending.
procedural vote would be the first vote. If somebody makes a motion, everyone could
Okay.
decide,
Got it, thank you.
do what they want to do. Okay, that's helpful. Vice Mayor, you'll wait. Okay, very, very good. Who is presenting on the item?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of City Council. Khalid Mutaki, your director for the Mayor's Gang Prevention Intervention Task Force. Let's see here. Before I dive into the PowerPoint, I wanted to clarify something in the agreement that I understand may have caused some ambiguity. The agreement that we're proposing as part of this council item is an agreement for 4 years. The payments are allotted in the amounts of $500,000 each year over 3 years. But the term of the agreement is for 4 years. The reason being is that we've allowed some time to do the hiring at the beginning, and then also to finish up that second cohort. Each cohort is 18 months in length. And so, yes, after that third payment, we would still be starting up or in the middle of that third cohort, and would finish up that third cohort and also finish up the evaluation. So we built in some time within the agreement for startup and for closeout of that second cohort. So I just wanted to clarify that before I dive in, because I don't know if the PowerPoint does that. So we'll go ahead and go over the PowerPoint here. So to provide a little context to how we got here, we started having this conversation actually back in September of 2016, when the CEO of Advanced Peace was one of our guest speakers at the Gang Summit at the Pinnell Community Center. At that summit and after that summit, many of our stakeholders, and we had over 250 service providers at that summit, including law enforcement, some of our county providers, faith leaders, community leaders, parents. It was a very dynamic gathering, and Devon Bogan, the CEO, was our keynote speaker. And he presented about the experience in the city of Richmond. And after that, this started the discussion. We then decided to bring Mr. Bogan to present at the Mayor's Gang Prevention Intervention Task Force meeting in February of 2017. He presented to that group, and that group fully endorsed us moving forward with this strategy. And you have a list of who sits on that task force as part of the council report. After that, we decided that we wasn't quite convinced that this was, necessarily the right thing to do, but we took some time to have a discussion to see if Sacramento was a good fit for Advanced Peace and if Advanced Peace was a good fit for Sacramento. And Mr. Bogan made about 5 or 6 visits to Sacramento. We did various focus groups, ride-alongs in the different neighborhoods, and spoke with some of the folks who are engaged in the work. And that happened between March and May of 2017. During that time, we still had various individualized meetings with various stakeholders, And then we had a specific focus group with law enforcement, including our chief at the time, our deputy chiefs, some of the folks from our gang unit and homicide unit, and we invited a captain up from the Richmond Police Department to speak to this group of about 20 individuals from our city. And the captain from the Richmond Police Department was actually a lieutenant at the time that this strategy rolled out in the city of Richmond. And he spoke very humbly and honestly about some of the concerns from law enforcement perspective when this first rolled out in the city of Richmond. And he also validated the statistics that were presented as far as the results that they had over a period of 5 to 6 years. After that, we decided to move forward and put it on the council agenda. And at that time, we started briefing council members. I met with each one of you to discuss the strategy and what was involved in it. And so here we are. Well, actually, one other thing, we had a community stakeholder meeting in July that was actually hosted by Sacramento ACT, area congregations together. And the purpose of that meeting was to vet this strategy with folks who are currently engaged in violence prevention work, and to get their concerns and to hear them out and to discuss the strategy. At the end of that meeting, once again, there was overwhelming support to move this item forward for Sacramento. And actually, there was a call to action that Sacramento needs to do this. So that's how we got to the point that we're at now. I want to take just one quick second to highlight what our theory of change is in the Gang Prevention Task Force, because I've been preaching this now for about 4 years. It takes a collaboration of multi-sectors to address this problem comprehensively. And it includes partners from the prevention world, the enforcement world, the reentry, and the intervention. And that's why we started the task force with the leadership of Vice Mayor Jennings, and we have over 35 organizations who've been meeting consistently with high levels of engagement over the last 2 years. And that's what it represents. We're not shifting our focus and our theory of change. We're still moving forward with this theory. However, what we've come to realize is in terms of the intervention component, we have a gap in the city of Sacramento. We have a capacity issue in the city of Sacramento. Yes, there's some amazing work going on in all these fields. But when it comes to the intervention world, we are not reaching the most high-risk young people, normally the ages between 18 and 24, sometimes a little bit older, sometimes a little bit younger, but normally within that age group, who are responsible for most of the violence going on in our neighborhoods. This population is not engaged in any type of services. If they're under 18, they're not in school, they're not engaged in community services. Most of them don't go to church, to be honest with you. And so we are missing the sector that's causing the most violence. So that's one of the reasons we're proposing this, to beef up that intervention component to complement the rest of these areas. It's just one strategy in a broader, comprehensive plan. Do we have a problem? Do we need to allocate resources for this? The statistics and the data tells us that we do. In 2015, we experienced a 54% increase in homicides within the city of Sacramento and a 47% increase with firearm assaults within the city of Sacramento. In 2016, even after that, we still saw the numbers to continue increasing, with homicides increasing another 12% and same uptick in firearm assaults as well. And so far in 2017, we are seeing a continuous increase in homicides so far again. What we know about this gun violence is that gun violence, the majority of gun violence, is recyclical and retaliatory in nature. There is normally a small percentage of individuals, even within a gang. You may have a gang of 50 people. Normally, within that gang, there's a handful of those individuals that are trigger guys, maybe 5, maybe 6. This strategy that we're proposing is laser beam focused on identifying those 5 to 6 individuals that some refer to as the 1%ers. Most young people under the age of 25 are not going to be victims or perpetrators of gun violence. Most of them will not be. The problem is, as I said, those 1%ers who will be, they're not engaged in any type of services, and we have a hard time reaching them. And so this is a strategy. It's the only strategy that I'm aware of in the country, based on my 5 years of research, that's had the results that the city of Richmond had. And I'll talk about that in a second. Advanced Peace is a relatively new organization. It focuses on intense services to change the mindset of individual suspects perpetrating gun violence. It's focused on it's saving lives and money. It helps protect and reduce the trauma experienced by people living in these communities. And then Advanced Peace goes beyond the traditional law enforcement practices to understand and maintain conditions that sustain near-term reductions in gun violence. Advanced Peace is in the process of identifying 4 cities throughout the country to invest and partner with. And as part of that partnership, they're bringing $1.5 million to the table to implement the strategy in each city. They're looking to pick 2 cities in California and 2 cities outside of California. And this is and we are at this point at a point where we are the first city to make it this far to be endorsed. So we're part of the recommendation is to accept the resolution to partner with Advanced Peace. And I'll talk a little bit more about the program. The program that is known as the Peacemaker Fellowship, it has 7 daily touch points. I'll just go over them briefly. The first one is the life map goals. So this is when a young person comes into the program or gets identified in the program, they create what is called the life map goals, or can be described as a personal development plan. In other words, they set personal goals. It may be related to academics, may be related to workforce development, or it may be related to basic things such as getting a driver's license or improving their relationships with their parents or their kids. Another key component of it is daily check-ins. We hire street outreach workers, who are also known as neighbor change agents, to make contact with this population multiple times every single day. And this is a key component of the strategy. I should talk about the life map milestone allowances. There's been a lot of discussion about that. These stipends are earned after the young person is in the program for 6 months. So for the first 6 months, they cannot qualify for the stipends. They have to demonstrate a commitment to their own development and to the program before this component even kicks in. At that point, they can earn up to $1,000 for accomplishing the goals that are in their life map. And I'll just say that incentivizing achievement has become a key component of many youth development frameworks throughout the country. It's incorporated in many programs, so it's not something new. Other components of the program are internship opportunities. These are normally offered after the 18-month fellowship, but it can be offered sooner if that person or that young person demonstrates a readiness level to take advantage of that opportunity. However, what the city of Richmond has learned over that 8-year period is that most of them are not ready. So it takes that amount of time, that 18-month time frame, to get them ready so that we don't place them on a work site and they fail off the work site. So that's the idea behind that. There's also an elder circle, which in essence is a group of mentors that come together to mentor this population, and then transformative travel, and lastly, social service navigation. The program is based on 6 evidence-based practices. These are well-researched, well-identified on the federal and state level. And these evidence-based practices are street outreach, mentoring, intensive case management, skills training, cognitive behavioral therapy, and subsidized employment. These are all incorporated into the framework of the fellowship. To talk a little bit more about their experience with the city of Richmond, I believe it was in 2006, I want to say, that Richmond was identified as the 3rd most dangerous city in the country per capita because of their homicide and firearm assault rates. At that point, the city council and the city manager started exploring various programs throughout the country, and decided to start a new office that they called the Office of Neighborhood Safety. And a couple years later, they rolled out this strategy based on various experiences of various cities and kind of incorporating best practices from various models that were out there. Fast forward 5 years later, after they launched this program, the city of Richmond had experienced a 50% reduction in firearm assaults and a 54% reduction in firearm-related homicides. And I'll just say this, the research that I've conducted so far, they're the only city that I'm aware of, and now they're going on their 8th year, that have had sustainable reductions in both these categories year over year. Most cities go up and down each year. It's been sustainable up until 2017. They've also have 94% of their fellows remain alive, 83% have had no new gun-related injuries or hospitalizations, and 70% have had no new gun charges. As part of the agreement that's attached to this council report, Advanced Peace is committing to providing $1.5 million in funding to implement the Sacramento strategy, to serve as the home organization for local staff. And I just want to clarify that the staff that will be hired will be from the neighborhoods in Sacramento. We're not hiring outside people or outside consultants outside the city. We're hiring folks, and most of these folks will be formerly incarcerated. They don't necessarily have to be, but most will be formerly incarcerated, who have demonstrated transformation in their own lives, and therefore they can walk the walk and not just talk the talk. But Advanced Peace, there will be technically employees of Advanced Peace, with the city providing the administrative oversight of that agreement. They will provide 2 cohorts, fellowship cohorts, of 50 individuals in each cohort for a total of at least 100 young people served. They will provide technical assistance, training, and evaluation. The evaluation will be conducted by a national evaluator in partnership with UC Berkeley. And they are guaranteed to reduce costs associated with ongoing gun violence and transform lives and catalyze change in Sacramento. The goals of the program. And I want to be explicitly clear because I've gotten a lot of questions about this also. This is a gun violence reduction strategy at the end of the day. The goal is to reduce firearm assaults, we just saw the statistics on those, and to reduce firearm-related homicides within Sacramento. The goal is also to reduce government costs associated with gun violence and to dismantle the current war zones that are going on within our impacted neighborhoods. But this is how we'll know if we're successful at the end of 4 years. Does it have a jobs component? Yes. Does it have a GED component? Yes. But it's not a GED program. It is a gun violence reduction program, and this is how the evaluators will hold us accountable to see if we're successful. Some of the benchmarks that are in the contract, these were included based on feedback from some council members. We wanted to demonstrate that not only are we measuring the statistics, but we will be tracking the outcomes of the individuals as they go along into the program, including how many completed the program, how many new gun charges, and so on and so forth. We got input from law enforcement, we got input from council, and we tried to incorporate that into the contract. Quick cost analysis, because there's been a lot of discussion about the cost of the program. And comparatively, I just wanted to highlight a few amounts here. So one firearm assault, based on national study, has a government cost associated of $439,000. That's just one firearm assault. If that firearm assault happens to be a homicide, the government cost goes up to over $1 million. To incarcerate one young person for 1 year is $271,000, and to incarcerate an adult over 18 is $113,000 per year. With this strategy, we're going after the individuals who are most likely over the next 6 months to either be a shooter or to be a victim of gun violence within Sacramento. The cost to serve them, if they took advantage of every component of the program, the counseling, the paid internship, the total cost would be $30,000 per participant. Most of the time, it comes down significantly below that. But that's the cost if they took advantage of every component of the program. That concludes my report. This is the board, I wanted to bring up a couple folks from the task force who could speak a little bit on this and provide some comments. One of them is Chet Hewitt, who actually also, not only does he serve on the task force, he's also the CEO of Sierra Health Foundation, who's partnering with us on this strategy, and also sits on the board for Advanced Peace.
Very good. Thank you so much. Very thorough and effective presentation. Mr. Hewitt, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. I've already been introduced. My name is Chet Hewitt, President and CEO of the Center at Sierra Health, and a member of the Advanced Peace Board of Directors for the past several years. I'm here to encourage you to do two things today. One is, if I understood the conversation earlier, Mr. Mayor, to kind of deal with the procedural issues that will get us to the opportunity to vote on this matter here today at this particular time. As you know, there has been a rash of violence, gun-related violence in our communities over the past several years, which its most latest iteration, which would you refer to, Mr. Mayor, which took place last week, where 5 folks were shot, or victims of gun violence, and 1 individual actually lost their life. As a member of the Advanced Peace Board of Directors, I know that our approach to this seems somewhat counterintuitive, but it is a best practice that has been tried and tested and evaluated and shown to be effective. I also want to just remind us all in this particular room that while we are upset and alarmed by the loss of life and the injuries that have been sustained, that we also have to remember that this particular program is also about the young people, several who were in here today, who oftentimes view this particular violence and are traumatized by it as well. My push for you today is to act now, to be bold, to take a little bit of risk, and this isn't thoughtless risk. We're not just trying to do anything here. You've seen the data, wonderful presentation by Khalid, and you've seen the impact it's actually had in a city that was also struggling with gun-related violence as well. And to do so with a sense of urgency and a commitment that the citizens of Sacramento expect from its elected officials, and we know that you're prepared to do as well. So the time is now. We urge you to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your leadership on this and so many other issues. I want to ask Chief Hahn to come on up here, please, before we begin the public testimony. Obviously, one of the, not to put the chief too much on the spot here, but one of the reasons why we continued this the first time was we were in the midst of a selection process for a new chief. And of course, city made a great decision. And so your opinion on this matter is relevant, is more than relevant. So I wanted to ask you to come on up and to weigh in on what you think, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor said, I'm Daniel Hahn, your police chief. I think it's important that we look at violence in our community and the solution to that violence in a holistic manner, meaning enforcement by itself is not going to solve it, intervention by itself is not going to solve it, and prevention by itself is not going to solve it. It's all of those working together. And so to think that Advanced Peace is going to solve our violence issues in our community by itself would be, I would advocate that would be wrong. It's a piece, it's a potential piece to the puzzle. And I think as we saw on Sunday, where 5 people lost or were shot and 1 person lost their life, violence is an issue in our community. And if Advanced Peace can save a couple lives just by the small piece that it plays, I think it's money well spent. And so as we move forward, I think the important things to ask ourselves as we implement this is how are we going to measure the impact of this specific program on what I fully expect to be a reduction in crime and a reduction in violence. Because at the end of the day, if it is effective, again, it's money well spent and we should continue it. If it's not effective, we should try something else. But I do think that it has the potential to help us in our efforts to reduce violent crime. I think it's part of a puzzle that we definitely need pieces of this in the intervention side. And I think by working together, it has the possibility of having a positive impact on our community.
And what parts of it, I just want to dig a little bit deeper, what parts of it do you think provide the most hope to reduce gun violence, at least among these, the group of people, the 50 or so who are most involved in these activities?
I think obviously if it's able to impact the people that are committing the violence and change their behavior, obviously that prevents people from being shot. And I would completely agree with what Chet said earlier. Not only do we have a cost of what the cost of somebody going to the hospital and the ambulances, but I think there's a huge cost to be paid in our community just being around that sort of violence. And so if we're able to prevent some young people from getting involved in that violence and hopefully get them on a better path, I think it serves us all well.
Good. Thank you so much, Chief. You may want to stick around. Members may have questions for you, but we're going to go with the public testimony first, and then we'll go to council comments and questions.
Our first speaker is Cassandra Jennings. Following Ms. Jennings is Mac Worthy, and then Ilika Bernard.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I'll let the record show my name is Cassandra Jennings, and I'm President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I'm here in support of the recommendation for the multi-year investment to implement the Peacemaker Fellowship Program. The Urban League is part of the Black Child Legacy Campaign, serving as the lead in Oak Park. We're also coordinating and participating in the weekly Friday Peace Walks in Oak Park. During the second walk, and Mayor, I think you were there, and Councilmember Chenier and Vice Mayor Jennings was there, I was reminded of a vulnerable and significant population in our community that thinks guns are a necessity, a way of life, a must. I met a very engaging and articulate young man who looked at me and said, I should carry a gun because I will have to use it one day. I responded to him as we were on the street that day that I don't want you to shoot anybody and I don't want anybody to shoot you. He was very respectful, but he made it real clear that carrying a gun was a necessity and using it was very likely. I know he's not alone. I support Advanced Peace because it focuses on intense services to change the mindset of individuals suspected for gun violence. I'm hopeful that it may save and help my new friend I met in the Peace Walk in Oak Park a few weeks ago, or people that are having the same conversation about guns as he had. They're not afraid to carry them, and they're not afraid to use them. I think Peacemaker Fellowship is a good investment on the city. It's an investment that you need to make now that not only saves people's lives, but it really builds and saves our communities. I urge you to support this and move now towards supporting this initiative. Thank you very much.
Very much. Ms. Jennings.
Next speaker is Mac Worthy, and then Ilika Bernard.
Good afternoon, panel. It's sad that I had estimated to the chief about somebody getting shot before I leave here. It happened. Okay, people, what we're saying here, we're seeing another way for funds. A black nonprofit organization, the pimps of the churches on Sunday morning. That's all it's about. You can't stop no crime. You cannot stop no crime. Employment is the only way you can stop crime and quit racketeering on jobs in the city. These boys can go get jobs. Many times these boys can get jobs, but you have a bias of hiring. You don't have no black neighborhood no more. What it used to be. I haven't seen one person come in here know anything about the damn streets when I was in the streets. Ain't one person I've seen come in here cannot kill a man without using a gun. You're a man when you kill a man without using a gun. You're a thug when you kill a man with using a gun. All these things are gang prevention. The money was first went out to these people that's in here, black or nonprofit organizations in that neighborhood. That's all. Where are they? Where are they when other issues come downtown? They're not here. Vote this garbage down and study it. We don't give a damn what's going on down here in Richmond. I should hang out down there. I didn't get shot. Mind your own business. Your days may belong upon the land. You bring nothing in here to say about what the mafia doing. These boys can organize. Just teach them what they're organizing. You're going to start pimping drugs in the north area. Crime going to get bigger, people. Who get paid on crime? The majority of the money on crime in America go to white people. You taking chicken change, people, black folks. That's chicken change. That's just like dropping corn to chickens, what you taking. Step up to the plate and make a decision here that you're going to educate your own and you're going to lead your own and quit lying to the people.
Next speaker is Alika Bernard, and then Les Simons.
Hello, my name is Alika Bernard, and I'm from Sacramento ACT, which is a multiracial, multi-faith, multi-ethnic organization representing 50-plus congregations and over 60,000 families. In the past 2 years, there has been a sad, significant rise in gun violence in Sacramento. And even with our own churches, within our own communities, we've had to bury way too many bodies. And gun violence doesn't just impact the shooter and the victim. It's a chain reaction that impacts entire families and communities. One bullet has many names on it. And let the data show that in Sacramento, African American children are 7 times as likely to be killed by gun violence in Sacramento. And as the mother of an African American child, I'm sure that you can understand how terrifying that is. What the data has shown is that giving more money to the police isn't working, and that profiling and heavy police presence in communities of colors, when those officers don't actually live in those communities, is not working. So we want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership. We want to say thank you to all of the board members who will be voting in favor of this, and we believe that we're moving in the right direction. But just like Mr. Hahn said, it's one step in the right direction, and it takes more than just intervention. We all know in addition to intervention, we also need prevention and retention, and we need the ones who are closest to the pain to receive the most support first. We appreciate the Sacramento Police Department's support on this, and we want to continue to work with the police department. We want to continue to work along with City Council to successfully engage and reach out to the community so that this program can be implemented most effectively to protect families from gun violence. This is definitely a step in the right direction. And again, thank you on your leadership. We're in a city that has been ravaged by unequal distribution of wealth and opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alika, and thank you for ACT and for all your good work.
Next speaker is Les Simons. Following Mr. Simons is Dion Johnson. Simmons, pardon me.
Yes, Simmons, thank you so much. I got some folks standing here with me, but good evening, Mr. Mayor, as well as the rest of the council. Just like to first thank you for your leadership and support of Advanced Peace, as well as Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Larry Carr, and Rick Jennings. Could be getting all them wrong titles and stuff.
We all have fancy titles.
Right. Yeah, I just go by Les Simmons too. As well as Khalid for his leadership at putting together a presentation and really advocating for Advanced Peace. I stand with you today as an ACT leader, board member, as well as a director for the Valley High CIL, Community Incubator Lead for the Black Child Legacy Work. And I stand with my community leaders here from various organizations, one of them being Voices of Youth, Barry Axios, and the Simmons Center, as well as South Sacramento Christian Center. And we just like to first thank you for your support of Advanced Peace. Oftentimes we find ourselves on the front lines of violence, not only in our community, but in the entire city of Sacramento. This past Sunday, I found myself on the streets of Meadowview, where I was helping to heal a lot of brokenhearted individuals and seeing the victim's family of the latest gun shooting in Meadowview. I stayed out there to about 11:30 or so to really bring some calm to the community. And the question that was asked is, if not advance peace, what do we do? And tonight, as we vote on advance peace, my hope is that we all vote in favor of it. Our city needs a prevention program that focuses on the 1% of drivers. This is that. We are in a defining moment. We've all seen and felt violence from all of our different districts. I did a funeral 3 weeks ago for an individual that was 22. He was shot 5 times just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I want to thank you for your support of Advance Peace and look forward to working with you and the city to implement Advance Peace. Thank you so
Pastor
much.
Jimenez. Appreciate it, and thank you for other folks accompanying.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Dion Johnson, and then Mervyn Brookins.
First of all, I'd just like to say good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished panel, councilmen. We're a group called Brother to Brother, grassroots group out of Del Paso Heights, District 2. We're that group that's out there doing that work right now that Advance Peace is all about. So we're as a group, is standing in support of Advance Peace because we believe that this approach to it is like you say, is taking a little bit of a chance, but if we could save a few lives, then why not? Because we all done seen people, especially in this group and as well as anybody else out here, knows the impact of what violence can do from a gun. And it may be shot at you, but it hits somebody else. And so everybody feels a different kind of pain. Everybody goes through a different type of thing. So it's not just something that's directed toward the shooter, but it's also something that helps the whole community as a whole. And I was one of those people that used to take from the community. And I got to a point where somebody mentored me and got me to the point where I'm at now where I give back. And that's all I do, is give back. And so I stand in consolidation with Advance Peace and saying that it is a good approach. It is an approach that's necessary. It's an approach that's needed, and we need it now. A youngster told me, I say, youngster, what can I do to help you stop carrying that gun and using that gun? And you know what he told me? Just stay on me. Because ain't nobody listening to the youngsters. Ain't nobody have an ear for them. And so if he's telling me to stay on him, then that means get at him every day, talk to him every day, call him every day, implement something in his life that could change him, that could help change others that look up to him. So we just like to say thank you for this time, and we stand in consolidation with Advance Peace, brother to brother.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the important, vital work you do in our community, Mr. Brookins.
Thank you. Thank you to the mayor and the city council. My name is Mervyn Brookins, and I'm just a community servant in Del Paso Heights. I'm part of the Brother to Brother organization, and I'm here tonight to support Advance Peace as well. As you know, there are many reasons why young men and young women join gangs or participate in a violent behavior. And therefore, we need multiple strategies in addressing those problems. As it was said before by Chief Hahn as well as Brother Khalid, that this is just one piece of the puzzle. And Brother to Brother is another piece of the puzzle. There's different things that have been started in District 2 that when you bring it all together, we can begin to address the problems that's going on. The reason why we stand in solidarity with Advance Peace is because we're out there on the streets now dealing with the very issues that we're talking about. Many of us were part of that problem in the past. So who better to reach the ones that are doing it now than the ones that basically showed them how to do it? Where your voice ends, our voice begins. And Advance Peace's approach is laser focused. And I don't know if the panel really caught on. You have gangs, but then you have individuals within the gangs that are the drivers. Advance Peace focuses on those individuals. When you address that, then you address a lot of the collateral problems as well. So we're here to raise our voice and say, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. Thank you for recognizing it. Thank the council, Vice Mayor Jennings, and we're here to stand with you. At one time, we were part of the problem, but now we want to be part of the solutions, and we're here to stand with you in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you all very much.
Next speaker is Nathaniel Browning. Following Mr. Browning is Lorraine. Lorraine?
Lorraine is next after.
I see
We have Nathaniel Browning first and then Lorraine Brown, I think so. Here we go.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm here on behalf of school board member Jesse Ryan. After a summer characterized by violence that impacted far too many youth in Oak Park and South Sac, including shootings on member Ryan's own block, she's convinced that we must try innovative approaches to root out gang violence. The program has shown success, and coupled with our continued efforts to offer safe spaces for our youth and a concentrated focus on getting guns off the streets, Advanced Peace will help more youth reach their full potential. Board Member Ryan is committed to working with the school district in partnership with the city, law enforcement, and community partners to implement a program that meets the needs of our shared community desperate for action. Member Ryan urges your support on this initiative.
Thank you very much. And please thank Jessie for all of her work and just being so collaborative with the city and with the community. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Lorraine. Following Lorraine is D'Angelo Mack.
Lorraine, welcome to you.
Yes, thank you. As a psychologist, what I see, I'm in concurrence with what has been said up until now. We've had a breakdown in our structural organizations, and so therefore we've had a failure. We have failed to provide the proper structure and guidance. So unlike former President Reagan, when he was visiting Alabama and addressing the horrific atrocities taking place down there by the Ku Klux Klan gang, he said he apologized for any unpleasantness. He called it unpleasantness. I, as a psychologist, do not consider acting out behavioral problems and decompensation of gang members because they lack the knowledge and they lack the upbringing and nourishment and training that we all received growing up in the United States. You know, we were imbued with our values and morals and laws, and so we didn't have to catch up. There's a lot of people now that are running programs, including in the schools, and they're just, students are not getting the proper guidance. So we need to really re-look at this and understand that these people need a structured intensive care unit, basically. That's what they're asking for.
Yeah.
And so I made some recommendations that I think would be nurturing and helpful and responsible, and it would help them and it would help us.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lorraine. Okay. We appreciate it. If you have something in writing you want to present to us, we're happy to make it part of the record and get it to the members of the council. Okay, next, please.
Speaker is D'Angelo Mack, and then Katie Valenzuela.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so very much for actually pushing this forward in this heightened time. I'm D'Angelo Mack. I'm with WellSpace Health's Sacramento Violence Intervention Program. It's a unique program to Sacramento that helps young individuals 15 to 26 who've been shot, stabbed, or severely assaulted. This actual program came about in 2010 on what we call Big Tuesday and what many of you guys know as the barbershop shooting. During that time, violence was at an all-time high, very similar to where we are today, and our program was born. We basically follow these young individuals after they leave the hospital for 6 months to a year, offering them comprehensive case management, intensive comprehensive case management and resources around what their needs are. We've been doing this work for 7 years, and we found great success. We have a 98% success rate in young individuals re-injuring. And the reason I bring up the success rate is because some of these same key components to advance peace are the same components we use in our model. We save Kaiser Permanente over $28 million a year when it comes to re-injury. And so I want to stand here as a strong proponent for this actual program. I know it very well. I do great work with the Richmond City area as well. I've seen it, it's proven, and I seriously believe, like Captain Hahn said, this is just a piece of a bigger puzzle. I consider it the fourth man to a relay. We've been running this thing with 3 people for so long, and now we can seriously feel like handing the baton off to finish the race. So thank you very much. Strong proponent.
Well put. Thank you so much.
Katie Valenzuela, and then Alicia Valdez-Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Katie Valenzuela. I'm the president of the Oak Park Neighborhood Association, and we unfortunately didn't have enough time to take a vote, so I'm here tonight just speaking on behalf of my neighbors as someone who lives within 3 blocks of where many of these shootings have happened, and have heard descriptions of victims that sounded a lot like my neighbors and friends, and had to deal with that process of making sure the people in my community were okay. And I think I want to say the thing that none of us have really said yet, which is the communities where this has happened have been systemically broken by disinvestment, by segregation, by policies that have targeted them in a way that does not provide them opportunity. And now we have an opportunity to do the right thing, to finally start to correct that balance. It's a small, teeny tiny down payment on what we know we need to do in neighborhoods like Oak Park and Meadowview. And let's start talking about North Highlands and unincorporated parts of Sac County that have continuously been neglected. And consider this the first step in a direction of actually giving us the opportunities and the type of community that isn't going to conform to the communities that some folks talk about, but is going to be our community and something that's beautiful and that we've never really seen in Sacramento because we've never really allowed it to flourish. So I strongly encourage your support of this measure today, and as quickly as possible and as much as possible as we can do, this is what we've been waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you for your involvement and engagement, Katie. Couple more?
Alicia Valdez-Jackson, and then our last speaker is Robin Ware.
These are the Pledge of Allegiance leaders.
Right, that would be them.
Yes.
So again, Alicia Valdez-Jackson. I probably look familiar to at least half of you, and there's a reason for that. I'll tell you later. So I've heard many accounts of families that have been victimized by gun violence here, communities and whatnot. I'm impacted, but I have a unique standpoint on how I'm impacted. These boys that you're talking about are my brothers. So I've lost 3 of them to prison: San Quentin, Corcoran, and Soledad. That's where we spend our Father's Days now. I'll introduce Marlissa, CJ, Andalyn, Tierra, Jerome, because it's as much their story to tell as it is mine. Marlissa, I'm going to give you lots of numbers. You heard them, but mine are better, I promise.
We have 2 minutes, and your
Gotcha.
story's compelling, so if you go over a little bit, I understand.
974 days. That's the number of days Marlissa spent in foster care after her 19-year-old dad shot and killed somebody in a robbery. Her mom was the mom that put the gun in the diaper bag on the corner of Astoria and Grand. Yeah, she was 7 weeks old, and that's how I got her, just so you know. The other 2 I inherited after 1,027 days in foster care, 4 counties, 8 social workers. Let's see what else. 72 visits that mom and dad did not show up to. 10, the number of years of a career I surrendered to at least keep the rest of our family together. My brothers were 19, 21, 23, half black, half Mexican, so they're the minorities that grew up in Del Paso Heights that you guys are trying to reach. I worked at Hagenwood Elementary School, reached 4,700 and something students in my 10 years. I left that to Mother. I walked precincts for 4 of you. I've got photos with 3 of you, and I did phone banking because I believed in you guys, and I need you guys to believe in us now. I want you to know that I say that to say that we were still failing after you caught them. You caught them, we failed, because it doesn't start when they're 18 and 19. It starts when they're this little and 17 months of trauma therapy. So I support this initiative. I hope you guys understand that the reason that it is that I'm not sitting where they're sitting is because I started with people like Daryl Roberts, who gave me an opportunity to go to school, gave me an opportunity to work, sent me on my way to North Sacramento School District, and then became Twin River School District, and that's why it starts grassroots, person to person. I appreciate that you're saying taking people out of the community and use those to reach the others, because you wouldn't have touched these 5, I promise. Thank you.
Well, there's Jackson. Thank you. Thank you. That sums it up.
Our last speaker is Robin Ware. Robin?
Robin Ware here. Old friend. I don't mean old, I just mean old.
Old is right. I hadn't planned to address this issue. I came down for another issue, but I can't say enough about these individuals that are here and how articulate they are. So much of what I heard is based upon the injustice, the criminality, of the death and destruction, extermination of the natives in this country, the enslavement of the black man, the elimination of the Latino Hispanics from the states of Arizona, Utah, Nevada, Oregon, California. So much of our problem stems from our early history, starting in colonial times. The black folks in this country have been in the leadership role of fighting for civil rights and every other kinds of rights. So I was not aware of what was going on this issue, but I'm so glad I came, and I give that all to our Creator. I do want to say one other thing, and that because of Captain Hahn, Chief of Police now, that you provide him the kind of support and staffing that is necessary to work with these groups so that it's a cooperative relationship, and I know it can happen, and I'm just grateful that I was here, and I thank you, Daryl, because you're one hell of an individual. Thank you.
Right. Thank you all very, very much. Let's now move to council comments and questions. And remember, if there's an action, the first action will be to waive the 10-day contract rule. If that passes by a 2/3 vote, then there will be a majority vote on the underlying contract. But so the discussion can be about both pieces or either. Vice Mayor Jennings, let me just take a point here before I turn it over to Vice Mayor. We'll see what happens tonight. I hope this is going to pass. But we owe a real debt to Vice Mayor Rick Jennings, who really has championed this thing and has been working with Ed and our staff and Arturo, and I know it's been a team effort, but it takes political leadership, and you've provided it. So I assume you're for this, so I thought I could say that. I turn it over to Vice Mayor Jennings.
I'm gonna try, Mayor, to not be emotional. Clearly, that I heard you loud and clear tonight. There's no reason for me to repeat everything that you said. It lets me know that my staff and I did a good job since that September Gang Summit meeting of getting the word out on what this program was and what it was not. And I won't go into all of that, but there was a lot of misconceptions about what the program was not. And I think now it's very clear, based on the work that Khalid has done, based on the work that all those who have been involved in the collaborative, the Gang Task Force, Intervention and Prevention Task Force has done, based on all of our 35 community partners, and thanks to a young man named Devone Bogan, who could not be here with us tonight because he's taking his daughter to college. So give them a round of applause, if you will, please. The brothers made a statement. They said, I used to take, and now I give back. And it's evident by their work that they're doing in North Sacramento how much they're giving back. And I don't think the world knows all the work that you're doing. I just wanted to stop for a moment and say thank you to all of you. There's a young man in South Sacramento named Greg King who's doing a lot of work, we all know, and he's not here tonight. But every time there's a shooting that goes on, every time anything happens throughout Sacramento, Greg King is the first one to call me and let me know that there are boots on the street. And so I want to thank Greg King, give him a round of applause as well. So I won't go into the history and the concept. I'm not going to go into the 3 specific outcomes. I'm just going to go into the last one, which is to reduce violent crime, gun violence and homicides. That's really what Advanced Peace is all about. I do want to spend a moment on the problem, and Khalid talked about this earlier. 2015, 54% increase in homicides. 2015, 47% increase in firearm assaults. 2016, 280 firearm assaults, a 12% increase, 39% increase from the 3-year average. So what we've done with the Gang Intervention and Prevention Task Force, what we've done is we've done a lot of work. But this population that we're talking about now, we have not been able to touch this population. There is nothing we have in our quiver that gets us to deal with this population. And we saw that a long time ago. And when Advanced Peace came and talked to us about the success that they were having in Richmond, I'm always looking for a best practice, but can I take the Richmond model and make it a Sacramento model? Can I do that? And everybody in my collaboration, everybody in the Gang Task Force said, yes, you can. And so I'm going to close on this. Nobody that I know is giving us $1.5 million in financial resources to implement a program that reduces gang violence, reduces violent homicides, reduces firearm assaults. Nobody that I know is willing to be able to do that. We need it now. There's nobody that I know that will say the people that are dying from senseless violence, there's too many of them dying. There's too many people dying from senseless violence. We see it every single week, every single night on the television, from the north area to the south area, and there's too many people dying. We need it now. We are investing in the most at-risk population, and at-risk populations are a part of public safety. And we need to target that population. We need it now. Advanced Peace is tested and supported by evidence-based practices. We need it now. I heard one of you say, we need to be bold. We need to be swift. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to protect the community as soon as possible. I heard that theme over and over and over again. We need it now. And when you take a look at the cost analysis, what Advanced Peace costs to the other strategies we have, that's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. We need it now. So I'm a big supporter. I would like to make the motion to move the procedural vote. I'd like to move this as quickly as possible so we can get to a vote, have a discussion with the rest of my colleagues. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. You have been fantastic. My heart is tested tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. So there's been a motion to waive the 10-day contract requirement. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Carr and Councilmember Chenier. Okay. Let's continue the council comments. No, I'd rather hear from everybody so people can weigh in on both questions. All right. Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The latest homicide happened in Meadowview Park on Sunday, and Meadowview Park is in the heart of District 8. It was a Sunday afternoon. Kids were in the park. You're right down the street from John Still Elementary School and Middle School. I would tell you that the community of Meadowview is traumatized by this event. I think someone from ACT said it, that when something like this happens, it's not just the person that was shot. The whole community is impacted. People are afraid to go to the park. Parents are calling and saying, can I send my kids to that park? So this is a devastating thing to happen in a normally peaceful community. There are 8 council districts in the city, and District 8, which starts at Florin Road and Freeport and goes down to Sheldon, is generally the 2nd or 3rd lowest in crime. The 2nd or 3rd lowest in crime, but the whole community is traumatized by what happened on Sunday. First, I want to thank Chief Hahn and Dave Paletta for keeping me informed about what happened and what was going on with the investigation and where you are. It's been very helpful. I will also say that the police, to help calm some of the fears of the neighbors surrounding the park, have put a pod camera there. Les Simmons is hosting a press conference on Thursday that I will participate in at the park. And my condolences, of course, go out to the victims and those people who were also shot and traumatized by this event. It was a video that was being filmed, in all likelihood a rap gang kind of video. And it was posted so people knew what was going down and where it was going down. And I would tell you that from what I've been able to see, Mr. Mayor, the oxygen of gang violence is social media. With YouTube and Facebook, groups are able to communicate with each other, send threats to each other, diss each other over the all the social media that's available. I know on Facebook's case, they have decided to monitor live broadcasts. Zuckerberg hired 3,000 people to look at that. I think it's something we need to try to figure out without interfering with anybody's freedom of speech. How can we prevent these gangs from socializing with each other over social media? The speaker said it very well tonight, that all the things that we've been doing up with the city council in this regard, with Black Child Legacy after-school programs, sports, robotics, STEM, all the programs that we support are sort of prevention programs. How do you stop the flow of people into crime? And with what we've been doing with the police, and how do we get community support and community involvement and with our police force so that they can be more effective. This program does something that has been missing. How do we intervene with those people who are most likely to shoot today? How do we get with them today to stop it? And that's why I'm so hopeful for this program. Now, I'm going to cut right to the chase on some of the remarks that I've heard about this program. One, that we are paying people to do right. And the argument goes, I'm working with these kids every day. They're going to school, they're doing the right thing, and nobody's paying them to do right. Why should we pay these people? Well, as you heard Khalid describe, it doesn't work like that. They have to be in the program, and they set life goals. And they get, after 6 months in the program, they're able to get a stipend if they are meeting their life goals. They're not getting paid to do right. They're getting paid to map out a plan that will take them away from where they are to somewhere that's productive. The second thing is, I've heard the comments about transformative travel, where we pay to have these groups, these individuals, go to another place and see another place and envision another way of life. As someone who grew up in the projects and never went 150 miles away from home until I was 20 years old, I know how transformative that can be. When you actually see another place, see how people interact, see how people behave. So with those two reservations that I've heard from the community, I don't think that they overcome the good that could come out of this program, and I will support it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Carr. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. Sometimes we say we'll be brief. I will not be brief. I have a bunch of questions about this and some concerns, and I will be very honest. On the front end of hearing about this, and I'm not on the gang task force, that's not a committee I'm assigned to, it was, as I think some of the speakers said early on, counterintuitive, and I had a lot of questions and a lot of doubt around the program piece, not the need for the program, that I get squarely, but whether or not this program would work in Sacramento and how the local people would fit in, because I personally believe there are a lot of local entities doing great work. Some of them are in the room today. Barry Axios is here somewhere. That's probably my personal favorite. I think he does great work with Voices of Youth. My personal opinion is that this program or any other program will not be a success in our city unless he is somehow engaged. The Brothers to Brothers group are incredibly impactful. Unless they are for sure involved in this, I don't see it working in Sacramento. And these are the questions I was trying to run through in my head about a person from Richmond coming into Sacramento to help us with this issue. I was very frustrated in the month of June around the violence in Oak Park. I felt that that got out of control for the city of Sacramento. I was frustrated. I went to Sac High, and I have a lot of friends still in Oak Park, and so that for me was a very tough month in this city. I wanted to do more then, so I feel the need to do something like Advance Peace. But I am wanting to make sure that this process, and by process I mean the staff work and the contract that we actually sign on, meets the expectations of what we've heard from this community today. And we all bring strengths to this dais. Vice Mayor Jennings brings a lifetime of work in this area, and I trust him in that regard. I'm pretty good at figuring out whether or not the details of a contract will, in fact, in implementation, become the program that you all want it to be, that you talked about at this podium. Meaning, in 18 months, will we still like Advance Peace, or will some of you be saying, they're not actually out there, they didn't hire people in our community, they didn't spend the money here, we don't see them, it's not working. And so I want to make sure that this contract reflects terms that meet what this group says they want. I personally Barry and his group got me this close to agreeing that this is the right thing to do, and then I read the contract again, which has new language, and I am right back where I was, which is this contract does not say what folks are reflecting from the dais. And I need to walk through some of that. And here's sort of kind of cutting to the end of the story as we walk through this. My frustration is with our own city staff. And Arturo, you are the assistant city manager who was assigned to this, who I shared over a month ago my concerns with this contract. And you told me that they were addressed, and they are not. And as I looked at this contract today and reread it, because we're in this 24-hour rule, which I've been here 7 years, we've never done this before. And I would say we've had emergencies here before, and we haven't done this. So it is precedent setting. I want to make sure that in that haste of 24 hours, they're not wrong, but are we? Did we put all of the dots in line to actually form what their expectation is? And will we have what we need to hold Advance Peace accountable? And I have to tell you right now, I do not think we do. And I want to walk through why, which normally I would never do from this dais because it's time consuming and it reflects negatively on staff through the city manager's office, which I don't like doing. I've never done it before in 7 years, but I'm going to do it because we're going to vote on this item. And I think people need to understand many things that were said here tonight are quite misleading. The chief said, and many people reiterated, it is one piece of the puzzle. I agree with that. Problem, there's nothing in this contract that connects it to the other pieces. There's not one thing in this contract or in the resolution that says that they need to work with the police department. Or, forget the police department, they don't have to work with the schools. You heard Jesse Ryan send a statement today. There is nothing in this contract that says they have to work with any of you. There is one local component, one local hire required, the program manager. There are other positions that say they will be hired. The contract does not say. In fact, it exclusively leaves out the word local. So they could bring in whoever they want. There is a subcontractor to do the administrative piece. That means there's a third-party beneficiary. There's actually 2 third-party beneficiaries embedded in the contract. Neither one of them have caps. Usually contracts say this group will do administration, and the administration fees will only go up to about 10% of the total cost of the contract. There's no cap in this one. And it has already selected a group, and it's a Richmond group. It's not a local group. And so we don't know how much they are going to deem as administration. It's not codified in here anywhere. Throughout this contract and through your presentation, you referenced 3 years and 4 years, which I understand. 3 years on the contract, but 4 years of program implementation because of 2 18-month cycles. But you said the allocations came out over 3 years, meaning we give them money over 3 years? Not true. In your contract, they have all the money in 2 years. And not one single deliverable is due in those 2 years. The first deliverable due for them is after that, which means if they haven't met any deliverable, we have no money to pull back. So as some of you said, let's give this a try. If it doesn't work, let's try something else. We have no opportunity to pull out of this contract. None whatsoever. It's front-loaded with the cash on their end. Also disturbing, there is no language in this contract that holds them accountable for match. There are many places where it says they can provide match or they can provide funding. There is nowhere where it says Advance Peace will bring their own money to the table. Yet the advocates who have come to see me have all said the reason this is such a great deal is because Advance Peace is going to match us dollar for dollar. That is not codified anywhere, in the resolution, in the staff report, or in the contract. Not one place, anywhere. There are many numbers, many numbers thrown out about costs per homicide, how much we will save, $26 million worth of government savings. There's not one citation, meaning there's not one reference to any report, not one reference to any school or institution. Nowhere do we know where we got those numbers from. Nor is there any discussion of what government entities save $26 million, because it's not the city in its entirety. So who should be our funding partners on this contract? Overlaid in this contract is the idea that every member of the gang task force is in support because their names are all listed. That's not true. I personally have received calls from members of the gang task force who are not in support of moving this item forward, mostly for the same reasons that I am stating right now, which is they're not sure that it will actually do what they say they will do because it is not codified in the contract. In the city resolution, we say we set aside $1.2 million for this. In the contract, we say we set aside $1.5 million. Those are not the same amounts. They don't match up. In multiple places in the resolution, we say it's a 4-year contract. In the contract, we call it a 3-year contract. Those are key critical terms. They don't agree. And in the actual contract, which you included in the staff report, the actual start date and end date are left blank. So I don't really know what you intend to have as the start date or the end date. And the only quantifiable dates in there are the dates for the payments, which again only span over 2 years, starting at the end of this month, one next August and one the August after that. That's a 2-year term for $1.5 million worth of allocation with 0 outcomes required back to us. The first time in the contract that we ask them to come back and give us an expense report is the end of year 3. Year 3. That is a year after we have given them all of the $1.5 million. To me, that is a problem. You heard several people in here talk about Del Paso Heights, Oak Park, and Meadowview. We all live in Sacramento. We know those are our target areas. Those names are nowhere in. They're not in the staff report, they're not in the city resolution, and they're certainly not in the contract. Rather, it says zones. The zones are not identified. They could identify the zones. In fact, point number 2 on their deliverables is for them to provide to us an assessment of our gun problem. The assessment of the gun problem is supposed to be our rationale for giving them the 1.5 million. Why would we then ask them or pay them to give us an assessment of the problem we have already deemed to be the issue for which we need them for? So that is going to cost us money and will pull away from the funding that goes actually out to help youth and to help the programming component. There is a major problem in my mind with what communities they're going to serve, because we're the city of Sacramento, and I believe we should focus on the city of Sacramento communities. These are city tax dollars. If we're going to do this, it should be Oak Park, Del Paso Heights, and Meadowview. It should not be North Highlands and the county. If the county wants to hire Advanced Peace, they can partner, add money, and maybe we can expand. But I heard you reference it, I heard community members reference it. There's no way that we should spend this funding, and it's actually noted in here, in and around, was in your presentation, in and around the city. And we've had this conversation with you, Khalid, before in task force funding, in where it would be spent, because they are city dollars. And while gangs don't know boundaries, city taxpayers do. And we have plenty of problem to address ourselves inside the city of Sacramento. So I don't think we should spend our city dollars without partners in the region. The contract also lays out benchmarks and then separately lays out goals. But it does not allow us to cancel based on them not meeting any of those benchmarks or terms. This is really important. The only way that the city of Sacramento could back out of this contract, let's say a year from now, half of you are back in here telling us that you don't think this contract is working, that you don't see them in the community, and that they're not engaged. The only way that we can get out of this contract is if we don't have any money to give to the gang task force. So we can't fund the gang task force. That's what's written in here. We would have to not fund the gang task force for a year, and that would be the only way that we could end this contract. There's no performance-based piece to it. So they say they'll reduce gun violence by 20%, although they never tell us what the starter is. So 20% of what? They'll tell us that after they get the contract. That's the assessment piece. And if they reduced it by 20%, and they came back and told us they did, or let's say they missed that mark, we have no opportunity to say, you missed the mark, you're not doing it, this isn't working, we want to try something else. That's not in the contract. And I was told, Arturo, that when you asked them to put that in the contract, they said no. So when we asked them to be accountable for the goals that they have stated they can hit for us, they said they would not do that. And I have a problem with that, because I want to hold people accountable. If we're going to give them $1.5 million and we're banking on them to come help you with these kids, those are the cutest kids in the world. I don't want to spend $1.5 million, be wrong, and 3 years from now go find another $1.5 million and try to help them when they're 3 or 4 years older than they are now. Because I agree, helping them right now is a whole heck of a lot easier. And it's easier the sooner we catch them. And I don't want to take resources away from our opportunity to do that. Mayor, I was skeptical at first of the program concept. If the people in this room are engaged in that concept, I could join my colleagues in giving it a try. But I cannot do it under the parameters in this contract because it is sorely lacking and, in my opinion, leaves the city of Sacramento completely vulnerable to being taken advantage of, which I am not willing to do as a member of this body. That being said, I would very much like to try something outside of the box to address the gun violence in the city of Sacramento. And I do think we have great partners in the room, but I notice none of them are listed in the resolution, contract, or staff report.
So, Mr. Worthy, support. So, Councilmember Ashby, respect your point of view, and I certainly respect your right and even your reason potentially to vote against it. But I just think in fairness, and I'll let Arturo respond to some of these specifics, I just was from the get-go, I read this contract very, very differently. And I'd like to just at least put the other side of the way I interpret the contract on the table so that we can have Arturo respond in context. You said, for example, that there is no requirement that the advanced peace folks match the money. I read it very differently. I read page 2 of 5 of the contract. 3A says, and I know the difference between the words shall and may, that Advanced Peace shall commit programmatic funding of $1.5 million over 3 years for the implementation of the Peacemaker Fellowship Program in Sacramento. Number 1. Well, I just...
If you want to go point for point, I'm happy to do that. The line item that you just read exactly is the same one I highlighted. That says that Advanced Peace will spend exactly $1.5 million on this program, which I believe they will do. Coincidentally, $1.5 million is exactly the amount we are voting to give them right now. It does not say that they will add an additional $1.5 million to the pot, nor does it say that they will use $1.5 million separate from the city money that we are giving to them. They could come to us at the end of the 4 years and say, yes, we spent $1.5 million on the program, and we would say, that was all our 1.5, and they would say, exactly, that's what it says in the contract. We will spend $1.5 million on this because that is what that line says exactly that you just read.
Well, the way that I would interpret it, and we can ask Mr. Sanchez, is that we don't have to commit our first dollar unless they commit their first dollar. Nothing says that we spend all the money. Well, why would we? We wouldn't appropriate the first $500,000 unless their portion of it was put in escrow account.
None of that is codified in the contract or the resolution. There's nothing in here that says they have to put $1 towards it, and there is no mention of an escrow account. And yet, we would have to pay it because in this contract is August 31st, 2017, we will pay $500,000. August 31st, 2018, we will pay another $500,000. August 31st, 2019, $500,000. If there was a line right next to it that said the day before that, August 30th, 2017, 18, and 19, they would put $500,000 into an escrow account to match us, then I would believe they're going to match us. But that is not in here. The only thing this contract requires is that we pay them. There is nothing in this contract that requires that they match.
Okay, I'd just like to finish my thought, and then I'll turn it over to Arturo, namely that we always have the power of appropriation. And I know you read paragraph 6 on page 10 very narrowly that somehow we're legally bound. If this legislative body chooses at any time to not appropriate the money, it doesn't get appropriated. Do we have to defund the gang task force? That's not the way that I read this.
Mayor, that's exactly what it says. If the city of Sacramento lacks funding within its budget for the task force project, then the city shall have no liability to pay any funds to the recipient or to furnish any other consideration under this agreement. That is the only way, and by the way, I asked for the city attorney's opinion on this, and Arturo's, who does have a law degree. They both agreed with me that the only way that we would not have to pay this obligation would be if we lacked funding. And it is specifically lays out that we would have to lack funding within the budget of the task force. That is exactly verbatim what it says.
That's not what it means, but go ahead.
Exactly what it says.
The words project would mean that while the Gang Task Force is a program of the city, it funds several projects. The Gang Task Force or the council, in funding the Gang Task Force, can choose to allocate the funding to very specific projects, and thereby, by choosing not to fund a particular project, can choose to not fund this project going forward because of limitations related to the budget. That would be how I would interpret that.
We would have to lack funding, Mayor. See?
But that's not a lack of funding for the Gang Task Force. That is a lack of funding sufficient for this project. That's the distinction I would make.
Nobody is going to make the city council spend money it does not want to spend, period. That's a cardinal rule. No contract can make us spend money that we don't want to spend.
That's not true.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez? on your last night.
Mayor and council, there are some language items that have been identified that do have some ambiguities, and those have been discussed here. In terms of the funding issue, that is consistent with language that I've seen in years past, where the city would have the discretion. It would be the council to decide at the budget time, budget cycle, to decide if there are other priorities that they have that are higher in terms of the needs of the city and public safety. And if the council in that given budget year decides that there is a need higher than that, the council is free to exercise discretion accordingly, and under the contract, then they would not be obliged at that point to fund that and have any liability associated with that.
It would be easy to add that language to the contract, Mayor, and then it would be not ambiguous anymore, as he stated.
Okay.
Then it would be clear that we can pull the money if, for any reason, we don't want to further fund the program. But my understanding when I asked was that when we added that language, Advanced Peace would not sign.
Is that true?
Yeah, so part of the agreement that we are signing with Advanced Peace, it does require a multi-year commitment in a formal contract. That's in the staff report. The reason being is Advanced Peace is, the model is based on completing 2 cohorts, as I explained, 2 cohorts of 18 months apiece. So in order for them to bring the $1.5 million to the table and as a matching, we're really providing the match, that partnership requires a multi-year commitment. And that's why.
Yeah, but Khalid, hold on.
Not the
Are they
question.
writing us a check for 1.5 million right up top? Are they going to give us the money annually as we put in our share? What's going to happen here?
So, sir, the program will be run through the Advanced Peace agency.
Right.
And they will hire our local program manager and our local outreach agents in conjunction with the
Okay,
city.
so they're going to put money in as we grow the program. If for some reason we were to say, I'm sorry, this either isn't working for us, based upon, by the way, I do see evaluation requirements in year 1 and year 2 and year 3. If we were to say, we're done, the consequence would be they wouldn't put in the remainder of their money, correct? Okay, Mr.
We add that language to the contract. I would be comfortable with that language. It is not in the contract, so that is not the way that it reads.
I think it's a good idea. I actually do think it's a good idea. What I think the proper motion here tonight is, let's make the contract as good as possible. If it's just clarification, let's ask the maker of the motion to amend it to simply give the city manager and his designee the authority to tweak the contract consistent with all the intent expressed here tonight, and to make it even a little bit tighter. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Is that, Rick, you okay with that?
I'm good with that as long as it comes back.
1 week. Just give them 1 week. We don't need to do the full 2. Just do 1.
Well, we're not on that motion. Jay's right. When you would be okay with that when you make that motion. Okay, good. Okay.
So yeah, if we give Howard 1 week to do it, I'm okay too then. And I mean, I've already asked over a month ago for those changes to be made.
We don't have to come back. The idea.
It has to come back.
Okay, but no, I don't think that's where Mr. Jennings is. If you want to, in good faith.
But he just said he was good if it came back.
No, that was not the question I asked.
Okay.
I said we delegate to the city manager the ability to tighten up some of the things you've mentioned. We want to get going. That's the purpose of the special meeting. That's the purpose of getting this done here tonight. 1 week delay down the line is another gang shooting, is another victim. And so, no, I trust Howard Chan to take your input, to take the input of the rest of the council, and to fix the contract according to your good suggestions here. But I'm not for it coming back. That's it.
Mayor, my only question with that is that I asked for that once before, and it didn't happen. And then when I asked why it didn't happen, I was told that Advanced Peace wouldn't sign it with those modifications. So maybe what we could do is say, I trust Howard too. That's not the problem. But if Advanced Peace is not going to sign that, or if I don't want them to move forward with something that is, I don't want to vote for something that is signed and then doesn't come back the way that we're intending it to be, that these expectations aren't met and our expectations aren't met. So if you don't want to wait the week and bring it back, then we at least need to add in there that if these terms are not accepted by Advanced Peace, as we've discussed them here today, then it would come back in a week for us to decide if we need to modify some term to keep them moving forward.
That would be fine. I think you have to give the city manager, and you can work with the mayor's office too, to take everything that's been heard, that you've said tonight, that other members have said, to negotiate out the contract consistent with that. And if he feels that it needs to come back to the council because it doesn't meet the intent, then that would be his decision. But otherwise, the desire is for him to execute this thing and to modify it, or clarify it, not modify it, but clarify it the best you can. It's his judgment as to whether or not it is consistent with the intent here expressed tonight. We want to get going. We want to get going. And bringing it back should be the last resort. If Advanced Peace says, no, we're not willing to change a period in this thing, then we got a problem. I don't anticipate that's going to be the case. So let's do the reasonable thing here. Delegate to the guy that we paid the big bucks to finish this thing up. We have full confidence in him. He's hearing the comments, and let's get the thing signed. All right, let's move. Next, Councilman Harris. Councilman Guerra was next. I apologize, Councilman Guerra. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I think your point is right. I'm not going to let bureaucracy and minor tweaking to get in the way of safety of our children.
Thank you.
Today, we are here to make a decision and to act because we need to make a change today. And I have full confidence in our assistant city manager, which thank you, because this has been months in the working. We waited till we had a new chief of police, who, by the way, has said this has the potential of reducing violent crime here today. I have full confidence in our city manager to work with our city attorney's office and in executing the most financially responsible contract for us. I think the fact that we're arguing over these minor sentences when we need to get moving forward, and this question of delaying for even a week before we get going, I think is extremely short-sighted. We can always, this is not set in stone. We're not writing a contract in stone. We will have to make changes as we move on. And I think we will learn from this. This is a pilot program, which also means we're going to learn from Sacramento experiences. I mean, the reality here is, when I first got on the council, it was only a couple months before a 16-boy was shot in front of his grandmother's house in my council district. Not long after that, this boy was Latino. And not long after that, a few months later, an 18-year-old boy out in Elder Creek who was studying gets hit by a stray bullet and loses his life. And then this year, a double homicide of 2 other Latino boys on Fruit Ridge gets shot. So to say that we will wait and bring this back, I can't accept that. I can trust and have full confidence that our assistant city manager, our city attorney, our police chief will make sure that the city is going to execute the most responsible contract. I can also trust that board members like Chet Hewitt, who are here today, who are looking at Advanced Peace, are going to ensure that Sacramento is well served. I mean, the reality is you have community partners here. I mean, I don't even think I needed to say that. They're all here asking for that, from community-based organizations, houses of worship, neighbors and leaders. People who are saying this is enough. How many young kids have to die for us to make a real change?
Thank you. I'm sorry, still going.
And if I could just ask, Mr. Mayor. In fact, I want to be clear about whether or not the city will have its equal 1.5 million. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chet Hewitt if he would, come up here, since he's on the board for Advanced Peace here. And let's settle this, I think, right now. We can put it and memorialize it. But, Mr. Hewitt, will Advanced Peace commit to $1.5 million into this program to the city of Sacramento?
Advanced Peace is committed to bringing the full $1.5 million to bear on this issue in this community. I am a Sacramentan. I have 2 young boys growing up in this city. We're not here kind of trying to provide some, obscure effort. While I can appreciate Councilmember Ashby's questions, we never saw the contract approval at this point as being final negotiations. I'm a former county welfare director. I have done thousands of contracts. That is not how the process generally works. Once it is approved at this particular council, you then enter into final negotiations where these details are worked out. I would hope, as you have said, Councilman Guerrero, we do not hold the community hostage to the feelings of the system, which puts our kids at increased danger over time. So, I don't know, if the question is, are we here and committed? We are here to match every dollar that's been put on the table by the city. We are co-investors in this particular process, and I stand here as a Sacramentan, as a member of that board, to say we will meet all of the requirements that we know are necessary to be successful.
Mr. Mayor, that contract there is as good as gold to me.
Hey, Garrett,
I'm going to close by saying that there's a lot of emotion in here. There's a lot of passion. And that's because we care about our youth. We see this happen. But let's not forget that this is based on data and that we're using metrics and systems to get there. I have full confidence in everyone who's involved here. We're going to give it a shot. We have to try something different. And I know that we have the support of our police chief on this to give it a shot, to find something different. And with that, I would hope that the maker of the motion would encourage us to vote today and make action for Sacramento.
Very good. Thank you so much. Councilman Hanson. Was it Councilmember Harris and Hanson? I'm one behind, so sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I'd have to say that this process is a little messy tonight. I really don't see the win in pushing this by a couple of weeks. I think that we could have written a tighter contract and worked out some of these details. Look, this program has a lot of potential, and clearly there is a...
Please, I'm sorry, excuse me, there's talking.
Clearly there's a great need for movement on this deep problem of gang violence. The appetite of our constituents is clear. The need is clear. So our job as city council members is to figure out, is this the right fit for Sacramento? Is the contract a good contract? Are we going to get the results that we hope to achieve? That's our job. I think that Councilmember Ashby brought up some salient points. This is not the best written contract in the world, by a long shot. I think that part of that problem was because the process was pushed time-wise. 2 weeks is not going to make a big difference. This advanced peace program is not going to make a huge difference.
There needs to be quiet in the chamber, please.
In
so
a week's time.
Be heard.
That being said, we are where we are, and I do have a couple of questions about the actual program that I'd like to ask you, Khalid. So, a lot of our decision is based upon whether or not this was successful in Richmond, and certainly the bigger metrics seem to indicate that that's true, but I do have a couple of questions. When they implemented advanced peace in Richmond, were there other programs running concurrently at the same time to address gang violence?
Yeah, I'm sure there were other programs running concurrently, yes.
Were they able to tease out what the synergy was between the programs, or were they able to tease out the aspects of advanced peace that were most valuable? What I'm getting at is, why should we suppose that it worked in Richmond? Can we learn something from that and make sure we have those components in place in Sacramento? Or, could it have been that the other programs were what was successful, that maybe the advanced peace was just a small piece of their success? Am I making sense to you?
Yes. There was a thorough evaluation done on the program that provides a lot of insight that points in the direction of advanced peace strategy being the primary cause of some of the changes, even to the testimony of the captain from the Richmond Police Department that came up here. Yes, I think there were a lot of programs, and I'm not an expert on what happened in Richmond because obviously I wasn't there. I've been down there several times in the process of the last 9 months. Unfortunately, Devone, the CEO, is not able to be here. But this is what I know, and this is what I've heard from folks that I've talked to in Richmond and reading the evaluation, is when the changes started going down, when those metrics started going down as far as firearm assaults, it points back to the year, literally the year that they started implementing this program. And from that point on till today, those numbers have went down. Now, a lot of other cities have implemented similar programs that they have, like community policing, community-based programs, school-based programs. But like I said, to my study so far, I cannot identify another city that has had those results of sustainable decreases in those categories. And that's what makes this a little bit unique. And I think that's what caught the national attention of foundations that are willing to put resources on the table to find 4 cities to pilot this. This is a learning experience. This is a learning. They want to see if this strategy can be replicated. We know what happened in Richmond. Can we demonstrate this in another city? 2 within California and 2 with others. So it is a pilot in essence.
So in essence, we're a testing ground to see if this is replicable. Yep. Fair enough. You know, I mean, we know we need to do something. We know we probably need to be adventurous, as they were in Richmond, because what we've got going right now is not hitting the mark that we want to achieve. Next question is, are they still doing the program in Richmond? Is Advanced Peace still in place there?
Yes, it is.
And is the intention to make it ongoing and, you know, in perpetuity until there are 0 gun deaths?
One of the things they've been able to do since they've had those sustainable reductions, the first 5 or 6 cohorts were primarily targeted to the 18 to 30-year-olds, so to speak. And now that they've had the sustainable community safety levels, they've been able to drill down and go upstream to where they can kind of address that next generation of potential shooters. And now their program is focused primarily on the 13 to 18-year-olds. What we're proposing in our proposal, and we've talked to all the stakeholders about this, is actually rolling this out 2-prong, where we can do both simultaneously. And I've got commitments from various folks to help us raise some additional resources within the first year so that we can do both. So that's where they're at. They're at a point where they're focused on the younger generation before they even get involved in that lifestyle. And we hope to do the same here in Sacramento.
So it sounds to me like it really started as intervention and really moves into prevention. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. I think I, like everybody in the audience here, is longing for something to try, you know, that we've got to make a very solid effort at reducing gun violence, homicides in the city of Sacramento. You know, again, about the process, I kind of wish we had waited because I really would have liked to have asked questions of Mr. Boggin. I think that would have been very helpful in the conversation. Again, we are where we are. I agree that we can clean up the contract and that we should.
Okay.
But I don't need it to come back for that. I do have one last question for the, Chief Hahn. So, Chief, you made it really clear that Advanced Peace standing on its own is not the cure for gun violence, that it's got to be a comprehensive program. I get from your testimony that you feel like this has a real shot at success. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think it definitely has potential, but that's why I said we need to make sure we measure it correctly so we know.
Well, exactly. So, you know, there's a bit of risk involved here, right? We don't know that it's going to work well in Sacramento.
Absolutely.
But I'm getting that the consensus of law enforcement is that it has a good chance of success and it could well be a worthwhile investment.
Yes.
If I were to say to you, let me give you $3 million, and your task was to reduce gang violence, gun violence, homicides, is this where you would be looking?
I would look at a comprehensive approach that could involve things like this. And I also agree with some of the council members that say groups like Brother to Brother, like specifically in the North area, they should be involved in this because they know that community. So I think the better chance of this working is involving the correct people in it and going after the correct members of our community that are involved in this violence.
And I would take it as Chief of Police, you would try to move it in that direction as you see this program progressing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Harris.
So all of that being said, you know, the process was not quite to my liking, but this does look like a program that can have legs to it. It is important to engage all the other community organizations that work in this field, like Brother to Brother and others. So I think I can be in support of this, certainly, but I would just ask that, you know, in the future, you know, our process is meaningful to me. I don't like to rush things. I like to get it right the first time and not have big arguments at the dais, and I hope that we can take that approach in the future.
I'm gonna speak up, and I appreciate the comment, and it's fair on one sense. This was my decision in a recommendation, collaboration with a couple of council members, and it was very deliberate and purposeful because I think, number one, this was on the agenda back in June. It was continued. Number two, with what happened Sunday and the average of, you know, about a gang shooting a week or more, I thought to wait till September 19th would not show the kind of urgency that we need to show the community on these sets of issues. And yes, hold on, yes, yes, it's a little bit messy. Yes, it is, but no more messy than what's going on in the Oak Park and Meadowview neighborhoods when it comes to the way people are feeling about this. And so I own it. And by the way, the rules clearly provide for exactly this process. 24-hour notice special meeting, followed to the T. We won't move forward tonight unless there's a 2/3 vote. Let's see if there's a 2/3 vote. That's following the process too. And this has been debated and vetted in the broader community now for many, many months. And all these folks have been available, including the gentleman from Richmond, to call on the phone or talk to any time. So let's just make sure the record's clear. Thank you. Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. Many of you don't know we have a list here of people waiting their turn, and it's one of the most important things we do when we listen to you. But tonight, your patience has been extraordinary as we talk about this. And everyone knows up here that I love my quotes. And one of the phenomenal ones I love, and is relevant now, is that the clash of ideas is the sound of freedom. Lady Bird Johnson. And this deserves to have a spotlight on it because it's a very important thing. And that's what brought you out tonight. I have to say, I may be a lawyer, but I'm not interested in debating the finer points of the contract. I want to talk about why, whether it was Chief Hahn's comments or some of the other things we heard from Chet Hewitt, but particularly Chet, are important because gun violence in general is an epidemic in our country. It is a healthcare crisis. And it requires not just a law enforcement approach, it requires a public health approach. And public health interventions aren't always popular. I have to tell you that many times our public health interventions seem to condone behavior that other people would moralize about while they prevent actually helping either stop the spread of disease, stop the spread of violence, or help people in need because we're too busy moralizing about the intervention to actually do it to save those lives. And we can look at examples of that. When we denied intravenous drug users the availability of clean needles, we spread HIV and we spread Hep C because we didn't want to encourage that behavior. Underage pregnancy, we said, we will not give you birth control because we'd rather punish you by having one bad choice turn into something that could affect your whole life rather than giving you a condom. We've moralized about so many of these things. Well, literally the most vulnerable in our community don't get access to the interventions that we need. And I don't look at this as a law enforcement issue in this particular contract. I look at this as a public health intervention. And yes, it is a little bit counterintuitive. I called the mayor of Richmond, who I serve on a board with, Tom Butt, and he told me some of the same things, that this is a good program. Was it the singular reason that they had change? No, but it fit into a comprehensive set of approaches that together dealt with various aspects of what was happening in Richmond, brought crime down, improved community health, and got to the social determinants of health. The social determinants of health are poverty, education, access to opportunity, that some of the speakers, I think, more eloquently than I could, spoke about why those things were important to root out. Because ultimately, we can't enforce our way out of this problem, and we know that. We know that we can't use prison and jail as a source of deterrence alone, because it doesn't necessarily work. This is an intervention that also allows us to prevent not only other gang members from being hurt, but also the collateral damage that can happen when innocent kids, like at the park this weekend, were playing there. I heard a story this morning from a grandmother whose her grandchild was supposed to be there in that park when those shots were fired. Happened to not be, but what if? Would we still be worrying about whether the contract gave us discretion now or later? I don't think so. And I'm all for, making this the best contract in the world, but this will never be a perfect contract. But that is not the point, because we don't live in a perfect world. To me, the chief, people like Chet, but the leadership of our vice mayor, who's admirably led this gang task force with a whole variety of folks, speaks for itself. I'm not here to second guess the deep and broad work that they've done. I'm here to say, let's get to getting, and let's do what we need to do, because this crisis requires action. And in the end, I don't think we have a choice but to try everything at our disposal. So I'm very much in support of this. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your work on the gang task force. And the last thing I need to say is, yes, Meadowview, Del Paso, other parts of the city are affected, but my district is impacted. Just Saturday night on J Street, there was a shooting. It appears to be related to gang activity. No one is immune from this. And if we think we can hide in any neighborhood or any corner of the city and it won't touch us, that is not the truth. We all have a role in fixing it, and we have all the opportunity to be hurt by it. So I will very gladly cast my vote aye in favor of both of the motions.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Schneer.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Khalid and Arturo for the work that you've been doing. This is a 4-year conversation now that we've been having. And I also want to thank Rick for his leadership on this. I think it's been really important. And Chet, thank you for coming as well. Appreciate it and appreciate your words. As we speak, there are people in Oak Park who are waiting for the retaliation of what happened on Sunday. So it affects Meadowview, it affects Oak Park, and when it affects our districts, it affects the whole city. And I frankly wonder if people were getting shot in Curtis Park or East Sac or Natomas, what this chamber would look like today and what would be happening. I don't think we'd be having the same discussion. I think that we would be taking action, and I appreciate all of my colleagues on this dais and their desire to take some strategic risk and to move forward on something as important as this. Since the shootings elevated early summer. We've done a lot of things in Oak Park, and the neighborhood and the community has risen to the occasion in a lot of ways. We've worked with a number of nonprofits that we're funding to do additional outreach, but we need the outreach to go somewhere. And I think the Advanced Peace Project is really about that. We have our peace walks where we have 25 to 50 people every Friday night who are walking and knocking on doors in the neighborhood. Cassandra has been there many, many nights. The chief has been there, and it's been wonderful to walk with you just to tell people that we care. And I think that's really one of the main things that we're doing tonight is saying this is a critical issue in Sacramento, and we need to take action, and we need to do it immediately. Khalid was right. We have done a lot of programming. You know, we put another $100,000 into programs at the Oak Park Community Center, but those programs don't reach the young people and the adults that we need to reach who are committing these crimes. That's the gap that Khalid was talking about. That's the gap that we have not been able to fill on our own as a city. That's the gap that we need to work with community organizations, as we see you all here tonight, to make sure that we can fill that gap, that we can reach those individuals who have taken a wrong turn. This is not about paying criminals. This is about investing in people in our own neighborhoods, investing in people in Sacramento. You know, the goals that you put up are great. I do think on the fourth one, it's as important that we talk about, and many people have raised it tonight, that we talk about the impacts on the neighborhood. When I have people telling me they're going to move out of Oak Park, or people that will not move into Oak Park because they don't feel secure, our fundamental duty, and everyone on this dais has said this many times, is to make sure that people feel safe in their homes, that they feel safe in their neighborhoods, that they feel safe in their cities, and they don't right now, and that's something that we need to change. And we need to do it in a comprehensive way. The chief is right. This is a piece of the puzzle. We need to do prevention. We need to start very early with our young folks and do that. And I think we've been putting more funding into those programs. We've been putting funding into internships so that we can get our high school kids kind of work experience to get them on the right path. We need to do more of that, but we also need to make sure people feel safe in their homes. And I think that's what this program is about. I have said this before, we have not had a focused gang intervention program or policy since we got rid of ceasefire. I think we are now paying the price for those actions that we took years ago. So I'm not going to repeat everything that everyone has said up here. I agree with pretty much everything. I think that we are ready to take some action. I'm going to be supportive on moving this to a council decision tonight, and I'm certainly going to be supportive of moving this program forward and delegating authority to our very capable city manager and assistant city manager to make sure the contract protects Sacramento as we move forward.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues. I appreciated hearing your comments. And City Manager, thanks for your work here at the dais. And Chet, I really appreciated your comments, and I know you've had some sidebar here with the City Manager as well. And I feel confident that the things that I have listed off will, to the best of your ability, be included in that contract, which I think will make it better, stronger. I want to get to a place where I can vote for it, even though I believe it's, you know, a risk and it's different and it's outside the box. We have to do something. And so for that purpose, I just want to run this down. The out clause, the matching dollars, the local hires, that's really important. The clarification on terms, so any contradictory terms, including funding sources and timing, are addressed. The partnering, the report backs with outcomes and goals, which a couple of you mentioned, and the cap on admin fees are the contract items, Arturo, that I'm the most interested in. And if I heard it right as it went through there, I think I'm okay with Vice Member Jennings' motion. I don't need it to come back unless they won't sign it, or it's not that they don't agree to the terms. That's sort of where I was going with it too. I don't need it to come back beyond that. If those terms are fine, then I think we can give this a shot, but it has to give us the ability that if in a year from now or 2 years from now it's not working, we want to try something else, some somebody here locally has a different idea, then we're able to make that modification. So I appreciate you letting me run through it. And I, too, would just like to go on the record as saying this process makes it very difficult when we move it 24 hours. True that we were having the dialogue for a long time, but that contract didn't land on my desk until somewhere around 8 o'clock last night. And so that part makes it difficult. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Long discussion tonight, but I think very important discussion. And you know, I just want to take a few minutes and really express how important of an issue this is. And I think that's why some of the sensitivity around things like the contract, which was brought up, because the contract is really intended to help, you know, solidify and help us achieve our objectives relative to dealing with Sacramento. And so I want to thank Councilwoman Ashby for her comments. And I think as a result of that, then we will get a little more clarity. But ultimately, we want the objective of making our city a safer and better place, and having local Sacramentans be a key part of this whole part of transitioning our community away from gun violence. And I think this was a stated goal of advanced peace. When people from ACT came to see me, it was about Sacramentans really being center to, you know, to this solution. And I think, as Chief Hahn stated earlier, he pointed out Brother to Brother, which is in District 1, the North Sacramento in District 2, but there are other organizations like that that I believe will be very integral to the success of this whole situation being dealt with on a citywide basis. As Councilman Hanson stated, we have issues throughout the city of Sacramento. I also, I really want to thank the mayor for his leadership and really doing something that is somewhat unprecedented and getting this issue to the council so that we could act on it tonight. So, Mayor, I want to thank you for that, and I know that you're a bold political leader and strong, and you will fight for things you believe in. This is one of those things that I'm very happy to be on the side of stepping outside of our normal comfort level and going through all the bureaucratic processes to get these things to action. And so I want to thank you. I want to save my last thanks as it relates to this issue for Vice Mayor Jennings, because you know, I know that this has been a labor of love for you, Vice Mayor Jennings. I know that you've worked very hard. I know that you and Khalid have spent a lot of time. Khalid has been traveling around the country and interviewing people and talking to people about this process and how we can really make Sacramento a better place. And so, and I know, Khalid, I don't want to leave you out, and I'm not leaving you out, but I know that you and Vice Mayor Jennings are working very closely on this. And this issue would not be coming forward without the work that you've done and have been able to give it to the mayor so that he felt comfortable enough to bring it to the council tonight in such short order. I was called just yesterday to say that this issue was coming to council tonight. That was not the intended plan. And I do believe that time is of the essence, and so I'm going to end my comments. I'm prepared to vote on both items tonight and make sure that we can implement it. I do want to express to our Assistant City Manager, Arturo, and our City Manager, Mr. Chan, to make sure we do as good a job as we can do in the contract, because ultimately this contract and the amount of investment we make will have to bear some fruit. And so this will be, you know, part of that process. We're going to trust, but we're going to verify. And
Thank
so
you,
we want to
Ronald
make sure that we do as good a job as we can do. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. 3 brief comments. We're going to vote. I just get the last word here. One of the, I think, points of tension here was brought out with the interaction with Councilmember Ashby about whether or not we can get out of this. It's a bit of a catch-22. We need the legal protection, correct, On the other hand, we need to signal that we're in this for the long haul. Because that was the whole problem with, that was the problem as I understand it with ceasefire. That we ended it, it frustrated some of our partners, Jay's alluded to this, and that we want to protect ourselves legally, of course, and of course if it's not working, and I think it will work, I know it will work, then you have to have the ability to not appropriate the next tranche of money, but we got to signal and mean it that we're in this for the long haul. Number two, risk assessment in government. Sometimes we only ask and answer half the question. What is the risk? It's a reasonable and appropriate question. But we always have to answer the other half of it. What is the risk of not doing this? And that's pretty obvious. This problem's getting worse. 2017 compared to 2016. If we don't try something different, then we're going to continue to see these patterns, and that leads to the third and last point. What I like about this specifically, aside from the fact that it's just plain innovative, is that it goes the opposite of spreading resources a mile wide and an inch deep. That's what we often do, sometimes to please constituencies and to, make sure that everybody has a little bit, but that isn't always what's most effective. What I like about this is taking 50 or 100 people and intensifying the resources to get the greatest impact. And these happen to be the people who are the biggest problems. And so some have used the words counterintuitive. I actually think it's very intuitive because they're spending more money on the people causing the largest problem. That's likely to get us a greater impact than spreading the money wide with a bunch of well-intended and maybe effective nonprofits, but then you don't really see a result. So good debate. Thank you to the community. Thank you again to Vice Mayor Jennings. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the members. Let's call the vote on waiving the 10-day requirement. That's been moved and seconded, period. No amendments to that motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. That passes 9-0. Now we have the motion, which Ms. Cuppy wants to read one piece of it into the record, then we want to make sure that we're clear on what Vice Mayor Jennings is adding pursuant to Councilmember Ashby's and other members' comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we would like to strike Section 3 in its entirety from the resolution, and that reads that the Director of the Mayor's Gang Prevention and Intervention Task Force will provide administrative oversight for the implementation of the Advanced Peace Strategy in Sacramento.
Okay. The oversight will be provided by the city manager and his team. Okay, and then Vice Mayor Jennings moved and seconded, but the motion included giving the manager the ability to clarify portions of the contract in negotiation with the representatives of Advanced Peace, correct?
Correct.
That's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Carr. All right? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. 9-0, both scores. That was easy, huh? Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we are going to, without objection, adjourn the special meeting, and now we're going to convene the regular meeting. We'll waive the pledge and all of the preliminaries. I know, Alika. Nice to see you, Alika.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you for your good work. Okay. Thank you.
You don't mind if I consent?
Well,
because all these staff.
And I wanted to do the commendations first. Okay, then we can do. How many people do we have?
We only have 2.
2 on consent, and I have 9 for matters not on the agenda.
Okay, I'll do it.
Are you going to continue 24? I don't think we're there for that.
We'll wait for just a sec for folks to leave. Okay. We are back in session here. I want to begin tonight with a special presentation. For tonight is the last City Council meeting for our City Attorney, James Sanchez. And I've been here 8 months, and I guess what I want to say is that I'm just sorry that I didn't get the chance to work with you longer, because you are the consummate professional. Not only is your advice in my tenure, beyond Jim, been sound, but you deliver it always in a very thoughtful way, the way a lawyer's lawyer should, with the utmost of courtesy, but with strength, and with an endless supply of patience for members and members of the public that sometimes like to argue. And so, to you and your wife, Katie, we just want to wish you nothing but the best in Fresno and in your next chapters. And, you know, you've been doing this job for, 5 years now, which is a long time to be in the meat grinder. You've done a fabulous job. And we owe you a debt of gratitude. The city of Sacramento owes you a debt of gratitude. Thank you so much for great public service. And we have a small resolution for you here, which is not nearly sufficient to warrant 5 years of sitting in that chair and dealing with all that you had to deal with. But I hope you will treasure this and keep this, and it'll be a reminder that you did great things on behalf of your city. Sir, thank you so much. Okay, does anybody, members, thank you. We got a few. Okay, Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Jim, I've only had a chance to work with you for a couple of years, and like the mayor, I wish I had more opportunity to work with you. First, I'll say thank you to Katie for lending us your husband for so many hours, some late nights, some crazy conversations. So I want to thank you for that. But Jim, a couple things. I mean, I couldn't just let you go without saying thank you for one, the negotiation to help with the city and McGeorge get the scholarships to help kids who grow up in Oak Park or live in Oak Park or go to the high schools in the area there to be able to access and get scholarships to go and pursue a law degree. And most of those kids out there, you know, are kids of color who need to look at a different profession. We just had this entire conversation here. So thank you for your commitment to that, and also your commitment to the community and involvement in the Cruz Reynoso Bar Association with those efforts. Most importantly, I think for today, given what we had as a press conference with the mayor this morning, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your work on leading us in early response to DACA, but the fact that early on, before even there was a change in federal administration, you had the foresight to help us do the legal research and put together a basis to help all of our communities here, whether you're immigrant, undocumented or not, and ensuring that people have access to legal resources as a city, you know, not as a public defender or any entity, but knowing that that's a fundamental part of a democracy. And now, the city of Sacramento being a leader in those civil rights of protecting, ensuring that everyone here in Sacramento is treated like Sacramentan. And for that, Jim, I'm forever grateful, indebted to you as a Sacramentan, and I wish you the best in Fresno with your family and with Katie. So thank you, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, I think I made the motion to hire you, and I think Jay seconded it. I'm pretty sure that we selected you right off the top, and that was a really good decision on our part. You have done such a great job for the city of Sacramento. One thing I think of all the time is there was a person in the city attorney's office that wanted to be the city attorney at the same time as you, and that person told me later, about a year after you got there, that after that person had met you, they understood why we didn't pick them, and that they had learned so much from you in the time that you've been here. You have done an amazing job of recruiting and retaining a lot of talent in the city of Sacramento. One of the things that we wanted from this next city attorney was to address baseless lawsuits. We didn't know we were going to do the arena deal and how many suits that would be, but you won all of them. You defensed every single one of them, saving this city hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's just on the arena alone, but the number of baseless suits that come to the city on a regular basis is very high, and we formerly didn't have the same kind of litigation standard that you have put in place, and you leave us a better place by a long shot because of that standard that you brought to us. And then personally, as you might have noticed on the last item, I tend to dig into the weeds of the legal side of some of these issues. And for me, you have been a terrific partner. And, you know, whether it is suits that I was involved in or suits that the city was involved in, or just trying to get the very best out of the people that we're contracting with or hiring, I really feel like you have very carefully and painstakingly raised the bar for the city of Sacramento. I'm going to miss you. But I am very grateful that you all relocated here for a while and moved Sacramento and our city attorney's office so far down the road from where it was. So thank you so much to you and your family, and well-deserved in retirement, but thank you for the time you've given us.
Councilmember Ashby. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, it's been an undivided pleasure to work with you every single day since I've been elected. You were actually, I think, the first person after my election that I came to for advice, and you gave me very good advice right out of the gate. You know, I'm not a lawyer. I was raised by one, but I'm not trained in the legal profession. But you have framed every issue with elegance and clarity, and shown a way forward every time I needed advice. And for that, I'm deeply appreciative. I will miss you, truly miss you as a person and as a mentor. I wish you all the best.
So actually, Jim, reflecting back on your job interviews when Angelique and I were there, there was a pretty large gap between you and everyone else. So it was an easy decision, and clearly it was the right decision. I think you've given us good advice. We're all still here. Nobody's had to go to jail, so we must be doing okay on that one. And we've had lots of interesting conversations about some of our friends. So I just think that you have done, as we know who they are, I think you've done a wonderful job here. We're really going to miss you, and I always loved hearing in closed session when you'd say, we have a better than 50% chance on this one, because I knew that was going to probably cost us less money. But again, I just want to thank you for your work. You are a public servant of the highest order, and you have set a very high bar for whoever succeeds you in this job. And your counsel to us all, I think, has really been spot on as we've gone forward, always remembering who your client is and protecting the city at the same time. So I just want to say thank you and wish you guys all the best.
Excellent. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, it's been a pleasure to work with you. You started about the same time I did here, although you have a little bit longer on the runway than I've had. But I think one of the most important, the item before this exemplified it, is the administration of a city depends on a professional staff. And while we may disagree up here, ultimately someone has to implement that and make sense of it. And we rely on our charter officers, you, Howard, our clerk, our treasurer, and you have performed admirably in your role. And during controversies, but also during times of celebration, you've always kept us focused on doing the people's work. And for that, I know our public are grateful.
Thank you. Councilmember Carr. Nope.
I think you had a really tough job. You're on the council with 3 attorneys who all have opinions. And it was always amazing to me to see how you dealt with that, how you handle those 3 attorneys coming at you from different angles, and how you were able to present your case succinctly, enough for me to understand it, but in enough detail for the 3 attorneys to understand it, which to me is quite a tightrope you had to walk. I want to thank you for the advice you've given me over the 2.5 years that I've been here. I've really enjoyed our monthly meetings. You've done the 2 things that I really think a city attorney has to do, aside from keeping us out of lawsuits, or not unnecessarily exposing the city. 1, you have made sure that we all had access to the same data, that you didn't send things to one council member and not to the other council members. And you have kept us informed on the issues that are facing the city. And for that, I appreciate you. I thank you. I wish we could work longer together. And if I'm ever in Fresno and need a lawyer, I know where to go.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. So how would I describe Jim Sanchez? A consummate professional, man who walked in my office and every single time, totally prepared, everything written down that he wanted to cover, and after he went over his 20 things, he asked me, was there anything I wanted, right? And so just always prepared, always knowledgeable of everything, and if you didn't know it, you didn't fake it. You went back and got the information, and you brought it back. I've really enjoyed our personal conversations, our family conversations, and I know your wife is excited about the opportunity to have more time with you in Fresno. And quite frankly, I'm excited because my son lives in Hanford. So now I know I have a second place to stay in case my son kicks me out. So I will be in Fresno and I will be there visiting you as well. I've also got to know you as a District 7 constituent. You lived in my district, and so therefore I had to serve you. And I hope I served you admirably because you did me. And I just want to thank you for that. And you were the ultimate charter officer. I hold charter officers in high esteem. To me, it means a lot to have risen to that level in your career, to be able to make that. And you were the best, in my opinion, that I came across, and I was really appreciative for you for everything that you did. So thank you, good luck. Whatever you need, I'm there for you and your family, so thank you so much.
That's great, everybody. Why don't we all sit down and take a picture with Jim with the resolution? And, oh, Jim. Of course.
Mayor and Council, I do want to thank you all for those words. Those mean a lot. I will say that it has been a privilege to have served this city for these years. There are only 2 council members remaining, and that's always a challenge from the ones who appointed. But I want to also acknowledge the fact that the council has always been consistent about their desire to see the city improved. And for me to work with a body like that consistently, even as the electeds change, has that particular goal, I couldn't ask for a better group of bosses. So I thank you for that opportunity. I also want to say that any success that I've had, really, it's attributable to many. My office, the attorneys, the support staff, they're excellent, and I'm confident that I leave you in good hands. The charter officers are good, and the directors and other executives in the city are a good group to work with you through this time in Sacramento's history. And then the last thing I want to say is my family has been a significant part of anything I've done. My farm worker parents, who had 7th grade educations, but told their kids, you learn and you can do anything in this country. And I'm thankful to them. My wife, Katie, our 36 years of marriage, she sacrificed much to allow us to be public servants, and so I'm thankful to her for that, and I'm thankful to the city. It has been a wonderful ride, and I'll tell you, I will always remember this city with fondness, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
We'll see you on
Ready? Smiles. 1, 2, 3.
This is for his office.
Come on up. In fact, you should get in the picture. We'll get somebody to take it on your phone. Come on up.
Ready? Thank you. Yeah. Him and his wife.
Okay. Okay. We're going to go, we have a lot of staff sitting here for a long evening. I want to do, we have two members of the public who want to testify on items on the consent calendar. Without objection, I'd like to take the consent calendar. I know we're removing item 3 from the consent calendar, Councilman Chenier. Removing item 3, we have two members of the public who want to testify on the consent calendar. Let's hear from them, please.
I have 2 speakers, Katie Valenzuela and Timothy Davis. I don't think,
Katie was on
and I don't see
item
Katie.
3, so that's continued, okay.
Timothy
Then we have
Davis.
Tim Davis on what item, sir? What item,
On
ma'am?
item number 11.
Item number 11. Davis.
Hello, Mayor.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'd like to thank the council and city manager for taking the first step in addressing the staffing shortage in our police communications center. Our dispatchers are the first point of contact with our citizens, and a well-staffed communications center is essential to providing a safe community. While our shortage of police officers stems from an inability to recruit and retain officers, our shortage of dispatchers is caused by a lack of authorized staffing. A recent study showed the need for nearly 30 more dispatchers to fully staff our communications center. This proposal to authorize 10 additional dispatchers will allow us to begin to answer a larger portion of the cellular 911 calls, but won't be sufficient to end the practice of forced overtime of dispatchers. The method of funding these new positions, a method first proposed by the SPOA 18 months ago, is a novel but temporary solution. With the new labor contract on the horizon, it is my expectation that the Sacramento Police Department will be able to fill the nearly 100 vacant police officer positions and finally reach our authorized strength. At that point, there will be a need to return these transferred police officer positions. I call on the council as they begin the process of planning next year's budget to include the additional authorization of dispatchers while returning these transferred police officer positions. The SPOA is appreciative of the attention and care the council and the city manager has given the police department. We are supportive of this first step as we search for permanent solutions. I look forward to continuing our cooperative relationship as we work together to maintain the high quality of service the police department provides.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Thank you so much. Look forward to working with you on that and many other items. Okay, that is the public testimony on the consent calendar. You do have two members on the consent calendar. Councilmember Ashby.
Mayor, on item 10, which is a request from the fire department and the city manager to apply for additional funding from Homeland Security for our SAC Fire Urban Search and Rescue Unit. I just want to take a moment to say the importance of this Urban Search and Rescue Unit is nationally recognized. They are currently in Houston. We deployed them 2 days ago, and we sent some of our best down to help in the crisis that's happening there. This is what allows us to do it, and I just want to encourage my colleagues to send their well wishes out to the Urban Search and Rescue Team, and of course to support this opportunity for us to receive additional federal funding for that very useful team, which has responded to everything from 9/11 to Katrina and now Houston.
That's great. I'm glad you pointed it out. That's, boy, let's pray for the people of Houston too, about that. Thank you for raising that. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two quick things. First, Ms. Hackler, I know you're out there waiting for your contract to be approved. We're expecting big things on the neighborhood service, neighborhood economic development front. I believe that you'll deliver, so I'm happily in support of that. But I also wanted to thank Leslie Fritchie for her work on the successor agency item number 2 and all the other work you've been doing with the Economic Development Department. Thank you for your service. I'll move the consent calendar.
Okay, minus item 3, which Councilmember Chenier wants to talk about separately. So the consent calendar minus item 3 has been moved, seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. It passes. With the exception of 3, let's take up file item 3, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Wait, Councilman Chenier.
If I could ask Leslie Fritchie to come up. We had a request from some of the folks in our district, in my district, to take a look at this. So I wanted Leslie to just talk a little bit, very briefly, since it's late, about the process, how we got to where we are today.
Yes, I will be very brief. Good evening. I'm Leslie Fritchie with your Economic Development Department. Wanted to provide you just some quick background on the process we utilized in the disposition of the proposed properties on Stockton Boulevard. The property was purchased by the redevelopment agencies now owned by RASA. State law requires the successor agency to dispose of these properties at fair market value or the June 2011 value if purchased by the city. We've utilized the services of commercial brokers to assist us with the various dispositions, and that is what we did for these Stockton properties. The property was put on the market in spring of 2017, and 4 proposals were received. Staff convened a review committee, which consisted of 2 members of the Oak Park Neighborhood Association, the Stockton Boulevard Partnership, the Oak Park Business Association, the Tahoe Park Neighborhood Association, and then representatives from Councilmember Chenier and Guerra's office. We asked them to provide input on the proposals, and this committee, like the 2 housing proposals that we received, and indicated a specific interest and support for the College Town proposal, for they thought it would diversify the housing base due to its target market of UC Davis students, staff, and faculty. From an economic development perspective, this project extends the reach and influence of UC Davis Med Center further down Stockton Boulevard to an area that can use some catalyzing influences and development of neighborhood-serving retail. So staff then proceeded with discussions towards the purchase and sale agreement you have before you today. This is just the first step in a process, and the developer will begin their due diligence on the property, which will include a community outreach component. The sale will not occur until the end of December at the earliest. So that concludes the discussion of the process we use to get to this purchase and sale agreement, which is before you today.
Thank you. And I believe you have one member of the
We do.
public, and Mr. Guerra would like to speak, and so would I.
Okay.
Katie Valenzuela.
Punch up.
You want to clear? Yeah, I'm already.
Good evening, Katie Valenzuela, President of the Oak Park Neighborhood Association, and we asked this item be taken off of consent to continue a conversation that we actually started with most of your offices last fall when you were talking about disposing of several SHRA properties that are currently in contract with the developer. Our concern with these parcels is not so much whether or not med student housing is an appropriate use for the Stockton corridor. It's more, once these parcels are gone, they're gone forever. We have hundreds of these publicly owned parcels across the city of Sacramento, and in a neighborhood like Oak Park that's seeing rapid gentrification, we really think that affordable housing is our top priority. This is a lot that was bought at fair market value using public dollars. It's been maintained using public dollars. It should go towards the public benefit. And whether or not the technical requirements of the Surplus Lands Act apply, why affordable housing developers didn't put in bids are all the questions that we still have. But I think the larger theme for us is once these parcels are sold, they're gone forever. And one of my mentors, Scott Syfax, and I have talked a lot about what a travesty I think it would be for the city of Sacramento if we sold all of these lots and lost any opportunity to really use those spaces to ensure community access to our neighborhoods. So we haven't taken a formal position to support or oppose, but we had a lot of questions for the developer that I didn't really get answered before it got to this hearing. And we wanted to continue the dialogue with you. Whether or not this gets approved today, you know, the city of Sacramento, the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency, the county of Sacramento have all of these parcels in our neighborhood, and we have no real strategy on how we're going to use them to ensure our neighborhoods stay accessible to all of us. And we're working diligently with other neighborhoods on starting a community land trust organization that could potentially acquire those lots in the future, that could work with affordable developers and the city to create that strategy. But in the meantime, these lots just keep going away. So we just wanted to raise the issue with you all today and have a discussion about what we could do moving forward with our public lots to ensure that they're put to community benefit first. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do appreciate Katie's conversation about how do we make use of our public land. And I've seen these two lots. I drive by these two lots every morning, actually, you know, when I come down Stockton Boulevard. And it's a clear example of how we can reinvigorate Stockton Boulevard. And every time I drive by them, I always envision how it can be a walkable place, a place that provides a multiple level of housing. And I do have to thank Leslie for her outreach. I think it's been over a year now that we've had these conversations. This is an example of where we're at the very beginning of the process. And at the very beginning of the process, we had a group of representatives from both neighborhood associations and the business communities on both sides of Stockton Boulevard involved in getting the vision and the opinion of what would best fit in that area. And I'm excited to move forward on this item because if you look at where the Colonial Theater is and you look at what is around in that area and some of the vacant spaces, and we've heard our own council hear about the loss of retail, this is a good way of looking at how we revive Stockton Boulevard. With that, there's still going to be more community input, more involvement with the selected developer on these lots as we move forward, but the process from the beginning has included that. And I do have to hand it to Councilmember Chenier because when we started looking at who to outreach, we kind of cast a really wide net of a lot of different affordable housing developers, providers. This final selection was selected by those members of the public. And with that, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll move the item.
Okay. Item has been moved. Is there a second?
I'm happy to second it, and just to reiterate, I mean, this is the start of a conversation. I sat down with the developer. He is very much in favor of talking to the community about where to go, and Katie, we can continue the conversation about other lots that we have. We definitely know we need more affordable in many of the neighborhoods, and we look forward to talking with you on that one.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the item? All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstain? We are 8-0. Okay. All right, let's move to public comment not on the agenda. I think we have 9 speakers, and I want to thank you for your patience. It's been a long night. So if you're still here, I really appreciate you for staying here. We value your point, and we will listen intently.
Our first speaker is Sarah Michael. Following Sarah is Katie Valenzuela, and then Mac Worthy.
Good evening, and thank you. Is this working? Yes.
We're going to turn it up a little bit for you.
I can speak louder.
No.
Okay, there we go. Mayor Steinberg, thank you. Members, thank you. I am here because I remember Mayor Steinberg from when he was Darrell from El Hogar many years ago. Yes. And that's why I'm here, because I learned we could put our faith in you. You worked harder than anybody I ever saw in what you said you would do. You put every effort into making it happen. I am here after 14 years as a tenant of CADA, Capital Area Development Authority, the public or property management that was set up to abolish slumlord conditions around the Capitol. I wasn't there at the beginning, but I have been here for 14 years. It's a very long story, and like many, it's very tentacled. I can go on for hours. I won't. I'm here because I need to reach someone who can help. And it isn't just me, but I am the only voice over 14 years. And with what has happened recently, that was an agreed upon situation of taking care of flooring so that I would have better access within my apartment, turned into something very terrible when somebody realized, oh, we didn't properly abate the floor when we removed all the old asbestos. Now suddenly I'm standing alone with you didn't, et cetera. But with this asbestos that is supposed to be so terrible that they exited me out of my apartment very quickly, what they returned to me yesterday in a paper bag in this little cloth thing, I've closed it for security purposes. That is what is left of the flooring that I took up that has become a very serious thing that is now costing me most likely a place to live. I may or may not have housing in 90 days, but this is not the only thing. CADA, behind all their awards, their accolades, all the public wonders, it isn't so. And I have tried for years to find somebody, well, what I call is born with the give a damn factor, right, who really honestly cares and says, you know what, this isn't right.
So Sarah,
I'm done.
We're going to get you some help.
Yes.
And so I appreciate you coming in. And
Mayor?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Matt Reed from my office is on the way down to help you, Sarah. He should be here in just a second, and I'll come and give you my card.
Right. And Sarah, no, we'll pick all that up. Don't worry about that. Okay. All right. So Matt Reed is on his way down, and he'll meet with you. And thank you so much for your testimony.
Hello again. Since I was here, I thought I might as well. Why not? So the last time I was here, my name is Katie Valenzuela with the Oak Park Neighbor Association. I was standing with 4 other neighborhoods asking for you to reject our proposed amendment to our special planning district on Broadway and Stockton Boulevard, and you stood with us, and we still thank you for that. I don't know if you've been by Louis' Restaurant lately, but I wanted to let you know, if you hadn't seen, that it's recently been reopened, not into a 7-Eleven, but into an amazing new Japanese food restaurant that simply would not have been possible if we had approved those special planning district changes. And I know it's scary, and vacant business fronts are scary, and it's a scary potential. And we got lucky, I think, in Oak Park because we have a really amazing business climate in our neighborhood. But I do want to recognize that in neighborhoods like Mr. Carr's and Meadowview, where you have vacant storefronts that could be grocery stores, that could be other job providing opportunities, that there's still so much more that we could do to really be intentional about how we develop our communities. It's not about removing barriers, but providing the right incentives and carrots to make more neighborhoods lucky like Oak Park was and getting those businesses into those otherwise vacant fronts. So thank you again for that vote. We still appreciate it.
So I would like, before you leave tonight, to get the name of that restaurant so I can make sure I go to visit.
Oba, I believe, OBA, Japanese.
Gotcha. Good.
Is it good? Have you been there, Jay? Yeah.
Councilmember, hold on, before you leave, Councilmember Guerra.
Yeah, yes, Vice Mayor, and I will attest to that. I'm glad that I'm sad that Louis closed, but I'm glad we didn't get the 7-Eleven, and I'm even more happy now because they've got the most delicious chashu ramen.
I'll know what to order when I go. Thank you so much.
I remember that vote well.
Yes.
That was a tough vote because Frank is a friend of mine. And I know he wanted to have that 7-Eleven, but I didn't think it was the right thing for that neighborhood.
Okay.
Next speaker is Mac Worthy. Following Mr. Worthy is Braden Murphy.
People, you know, I come down here, I see things. Most disgraceful thing happened here tonight, and that's from y'all. Black people can't come down here unless somebody gets shot or he's summoned to the police department. That's disgraceful. That degrades my integrity as a black man. Now, Tuesday night, sit right here, Doris Reyes in Harris District. Why couldn't we have some people come in here and talk about that? You told those folks to come down here and raise hell over nothing. You can't stop no crime in America. This is not a hearing, people. This is a rubber stamp. There's only two types of hearing in America's court, a formal and an informal. I don't have the money to file an injunction against this, but I don't know what I'm going to be when I come back here. I'll be gone for a while. I'm going to look for some funds through the Republican Party to chastise these people and try to get black people independent. If you ain't got nothing independent black folks, you ain't going to have a damn thing in America.
Can you keep your language?
Yeah, you now.
Please.
Damn, you can use damn in here.
Can you keep your language
You
proper, please?
You're going to have to do something instead of lying. All y'all can do is sit up there and vote aye. You don't have to do what a white man and Jew say if you're independent. You can go independent and create a job for your own folks. All these things about the Boys in the Heights, run the background on them and I can show you some hell of a things over there. That ain't about nothing. Who is Rick Jennings? We don't see no record and no pro football because you're the bench woman. You got a ring because the Oakland went to the Super Bowl. Tell the people the truth. The truth's got to be here. You cannot do nothing to help young black men. Only thing you can do is get funds from the government and you come right back to next year and we want some more funds, but where are those boys? I admire those boys. Those boys are going to take the grunt when the real shit comes here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Councilmember Carter, did you want to speak? No, I did. Okay. So.
Next speaker is Braden Murphy, and then Robin Ware.
Good evening.
Hello, I was gone for 2 months while my wife was recovering from surgery. I'm sure you guys really missed me and wondered where I was.
I hope she's okay.
So there was...
Braden, I hope she's okay.
Oh, she is now. It was not like an emergency or anything. She just finally got the right insurance, blah, blah, blah.
I see it.
Anyways, it really just struck me, and it just seems to always strike me listening to this council meetings. We did a good thing tonight, I think, even though it was pushing forth a contract that all the council members were unsure of. And there's so many comments like, we need to step outside the box, we need to do something immediately, we need to save lives, we need to use a different approach, we need to get hands-on and do something right away. We can't let 1 week go by, we can't even let days go by. What happened yesterday? How many deaths? All these things. And this is what homeless advocates have been filling the room since I've been doing this for a year, asking for immediate relief, for some kind of tent city, for some kind of negotiation with an arena like Arco Arena, open up some space to get people off the streets. And it hasn't happened. We hear about mental health money, a whole person care, no person left behind, all this stuff. We need to declare an emergency and open up a tent city at a minimum for the 2,000 folks who are in 120-degree weather. And it's amazing to hear the same words you guys use that could exactly be applied to the homeless folks. There's a shooting here and there's a shooting here. That's sad. But thousands of people are living on the streets. It's time we step outside the box, we declare an emergency, and at a minimum, open up a tent city. Instead of doing publicity stunts when something bad happens. There's something bad happening every minute, every moment, for over 2,000 people in this city. Why don't we step outside the box? Why don't we try something different, declare an emergency, and immediately help thousands of people, and not wait any longer? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your passion.
And next speaker is Robin Ware. Following Robin is Janet Frick.
Mr. Ware has left.
Okay.
Okay. Who's next?
Let's see, Janet Frick. Let's see, okay.
Who's after Janet?
After Janet is Robert Coplin.
Okay, so I think we all know a lot of work needs to be done. There's much need. You guys, in my opinion, made a good call today. Of course, tweaking the contract to get it more solid, but helping youth. And most of you know that I'm a homeless advocate. Piggybacking on the gentleman who just came up, he said almost exactly what I was going to say. With homeless people, they're on their death certificate, homicide due to homicide is higher than the average population. So again, bringing up, there's much need. Helping with gangs not only hopefully will keep our youth living longer, but I guess I'm just stating the obvious. Everyone, and it's part and parcel. And what he had just said, I've been coming, and people have been coming even longer, 2.5 years. You guys, when are you going to say that we have an emergency crisis with the homeless? I think it's so obvious. And you want to be considered a compassionate city. I absolutely do not understand having an anti-camping ordinance and a sanctuary city. I'm just going to state what I feel. It seems like it's hypocrisy. And in closing, I just have so much to go on. But I thought about starting a church and having a shelter. You guys also have an ordinance that you cannot have a shelter within 500 feet of a church. Please, help us. At least don't block us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Robert Coplin. Following Mr. Coplin is Emmeret Long.
Robert?
I'm going to shock the city council and agree with that vote you had earlier tonight, so don't faint now.
You say you're going to shock me?
I'm shocked that you did the right thing.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But Janet and Brayton are also correct. We need to do something about the homeless population. And I'm asking for everybody in Sacramento, get involved, whatever cause that you're concerned with, whether it's a homeless issue, housing, health care, environmental, campaign finance reform. Because I've been to the Capitol today, and I'm going to the Capitol tomorrow on a housing issue. I was there on campaign finance reform today. And I was there twice last week. Plus I was over at the County Board of Supervisors when they made a blunder and approved that $5 million for the American River Parkway, when they should put that money to help the homeless population, which also would have done clean up the parkway a little bit, because a lot of the homeless population would not be there if they had a place to stay. So get on the ball and do the right thing and help all your citizens in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
The next speaker is Emmerich Long. Following Emmerich is Darlene Anderson.
Emmerich.
Yeah.
How you doing, sir?
I'm here. I'm coming.
Take your time. I was just saying good evening.
I'm also talking about the homeless, and as you know, we have a problem, and there are a lot of empty buildings that want to be leased, and I don't know if they're up to code, and until we solve the problems, and as everyone knows, they're empty. Correct? And why in the world, why don't we, and if they're not at the code, well, the homeless people don't care if they're up to, and like that old Greyhound building that the Greyhound moved out of on 7th and L, that probably is up to code, and I don't know why it wouldn't be. It has a bathroom, it has a little cafeteria, and it can hold probably 30 or 40, maybe 50 people, homeless people, and sleeping bags, and we could probably supply it. Now, why couldn't they stay there? Why? You got mayor. Why couldn't they? You give me one darn reason why couldn't they? Can you tell me that, Mayor? Can you answer me that?
So, Emmerich,
I want to ask you that.
Emmerich, this is your time to talk. So
Okay.
Okay.
And there are other empty buildings all around town. And on TV last night in Auburn, they said the exact thing on TV. Citywide, they said the exact same thing. There are 20 buildings around town. Why can't they put it there? If they can say that on the news, why don't you open up your ears and listen to the news?
Okay. So
Okay.
Your time is up.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
That guy saving you money.
Thank you, sir.
Common sense there.
My last speaker is Darlene Anderson.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's been a while since I've come to visit you. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. Number one, I will talk about the homeless really quick because I got a traffic ticket. And what I didn't realize is that, I didn't have the money to pay it. So, of course, I did community service. I did my community service at Sacramento Self-Help Housing. And during my community service, I found out how many people that were disabled, that were losing their housing, who had Section 8 and could not find another place, and were winding up putting their children in the program where they keep the children during the evening because they didn't want the children to sleep in the car. And the governor said housing is a local issue, and how we conquer local issues is that we have to choose to work on them. And as long as we're not choosing to work on them, I don't see a demonstration of effort to ensure that we are making progress to get these people off the street, especially the disabled, since disabled people have a right federally to have housing, and if you're going to provide the certificate under Section 8, you need to ensure that they can find housing. And another thing, under the LCFF and LCAP process, it's supposed to engage the community. Unfortunately, African American people are not engaged and have not been engaged. They are the highest group of people who have behavioral problems and the highest dropout rate and the highest failure rate in the public school system, at least in Sacramento. I know that because I've been volunteering for more than 20 years. So when I look at the failure rate and my inability to bring attention, or even if I bring attention to try to address the issue as a citizen or as a person who lives in Sacramento, is falling on deaf ears. It's a local issue. You want to try to address the high crime rate in the African American community, you need to address the educational lack, because until people figure out how they get jobs and how they're going to be successful, it's never going to change.
Thank you.
Basic education is critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all for the public testimony. We have a number of agenda items left. Certainly, we've been through I think the item that is either most controversial or most of interest to people, 2.5 hours, which was worth it. I hope we can get through these next items, some of them ministerial, really quickly, okay? So let us begin with file items 16 and 17. These are the code compliance issues, 16 and 17. Ms. Simpson, let's see what you got.
Evening, Mayor Carl Simpson, Code and Housing Enforcement Chief with Community Development. The items before you are neighborhood code compliance, housing, dangerous building case fees and penalties for special assessment liens and/or personal obligations. Item 16, the housing and dangerous building case fees staff report lists an amended total of 104 properties with a total of $128,054.54 of unpaid fees scheduled for liens against the property. 10 properties listed in Exhibit A of the staff report have been removed from the report and are identified as line numbers 3, 6, 7, 70, 71, 74, 76, 78, 86, and 90. Item 17. The Community Development Department administrative penalties and neighborhood code compliance case fees staff reports list an amended total of 173 properties with a sum of $559,370.40 of unpaid fees and penalties scheduled for liens and/or personal obligations against the property. 20 properties listed in Exhibit A of the staff report have been removed from the report and are identified as line items 7, 9, 27, 31, 42, 64, 65, 79, 83, 108, 109, 113, 129, 138, 139.
What's that? Does he have to read all this into the record? Is this necessary?
I'm almost there, Mayor.
Okay.
Almost there. 164, 165, 173, 174, 185, 186, 254, 245, 250, 262, and 263. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the two resolutions separately as amended to allow the city to collect the unpaid fees by placing special assessment levies and/or personal obligations upon the properties. That's it.
Okay. So the key on this one, is there any members of the public who objects to any of the assessments? There are none. So Councilmember Hanson wants to move and second it. Go ahead.
I probably can't move and second it.
Well, move and...
But I'll close the public hearing and move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Second. Yep.
That's number 16.
Good. Okay, what about 17?
We got to vote and then we'll do that one.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstain.
On item number 17, I'd like to close the public hearing and move the item.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Opposed, abstain. Good. 9-0. Thank you. Thank you. It's an opportunity for the public to be able to be heard if they have any concern or objection to what the city's findings are. And there was nobody here. Thank you for your good work.
Mr. Mayor, on number 18, because I have property within the area that will be taxed, the city attorney has advised me to continue recusing myself, so I'll leave the dais for that item.
Okay, very good.
If you have no public comment, I'm happy to close the public hearing and move the item on item 18.
Okay, it's a formality, the continuation of the streetcar district, correct? Okay. Go ahead. Certainly, staff works very, very hard. Want to make sure that you just give us a brief summation, please, okay? Thank you.
I'm Sherry Smith, the Special Districts Manager. The item before you this evening is the public hearing to create a future annexation area and establish a unanimous consent process for annexing territory into the Sacramento Streetcar CFD. The CFD was initially formed to fund a portion of the maintenance and operation of the Sacramento Streetcar. Commercial parcels greater than 12,600 square feet or with buildings greater than 40,000 square feet were included within the initial district. The future annexation area is a 3-block radius around the streetcar line. When parcels are combined or properties developed to a size larger than 12,600 square feet or 40,000 square feet, they will be annexed into the CFD. The proposed unanimous consent process is a streamlined process that allows administrative annexations of future territory.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just wanted a summary, please.
Okay, that's it.
Not the whole thing.
Right.
It's not controversial.
I'm happy to close the public hearing, move the
Okay,
item.
thank you.
I have a motion and a second. You want to vote?
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, item 19.
Good evening. So I'm back to do another resolution for a PERS employee, a retired annuitant. This time it's as a staff aide position for the previous city clerk, Shirley Concolino.
Okay. Second. Easy. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Okay, item 20. This is the appointment of our interim city attorney. Second here, sorry. Number 20, Matt. Come on up, Matt, if you would. Matt, well, Melissa's presenting. Go ahead.
So I'm asking you to pass a resolution tonight appointing Matthew Ruyak. Okay. Okay.
Mayor, for the record, we do need to identify the salary for compliance with state law.
Understand, Melissa?
Okay. As the interim city attorney and establishing the salary for the interim city attorney, we're asking the council authorize the salary of $225,222 effective September 2nd, 2017.
Okay. So your last date, Jim, official date is the 1st of September? That's your idea. Okay. Well, we want to welcome you, Matt. We know you, but we welcome you to your new position. You'll do a great job. Mr. Worthy wanted to testify on this item, so what the heck?
People, these things is not testimony. This is where the general public become educated on how a city such as this city worked under a charter. Now, Ruyak been here sometime. He came and automatically go on the charter. These things should be raised and open that charter up because somebody rigged something. That your powerhouse of the city can walk on without public having any account of them coming on or their background. This is what we're dealing with here. The salary don't mean nothing. You're going to give him the salary. He's been here long enough. But the thing about it, when a good man like this leaves, that reads into me because I ran administration and I watched administration. You got a problem here. You got a problem in this administration. Ruyak can come on, this other one can come on, but you got a problem here. And it's all about the chain of command and bias in hiring. Gonna come out to use some money. That's reading the last mayor left here in disgrace. Use some money and not approved by the voters. Misleading people to use the taxpayers' dollar. This city is going to suffer from it. Believe me, people. Believe me. There's some things going to have to make a change here. When you lose a good man like this, Sanchez, it don't cut right. It don't cut right, people, because these type of things should have been. I was called 2 months ago that he's going to leave. I got a call from Cars District. I got a call that he's going to leave because some things wasn't right. What I'm saying, give the man the benefit of the doubt. He is good, but I know he'll make more money in the public. You got lawyers, there's no problem because Hanson raised the law book in this check. You can't read nothing out of that law book as a city council. That's the honest man.
Thank you, sir.
So wake up to what's going on. You can have a degree, but you cannot, that's the man.
Thank you
right
very
there.
much. Okay, is that all the public comment on item 20?
That's all the public comment on number 20.
Do we need a motion?
I moved it and somebody else seconded it.
Been moved in second. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? We are unanimous, 7-0, I believe. Matt, you want some comments, Matt? Come on, you can give us 30 seconds. No, take what you need, Matt.
Haiku, Matt.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing to serve this wonderful city.
Thanks, Matt. All right, I like that. Good job.
Perfect. Hire that guy.
I like that.
Cut the interim out.
Sanchez who?
Did I hear a motion to cut the interim out? No, just messing around. I understand that we're going to continue item 21, if there's no exception to that.
I'll move continuance.
All right, it's been moved and seconded for continuance until next week, by the way, just so we're all clear. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Okay. We are unanimous, 7-0 on item 21. Jorge, thanks a lot for being here. I know the meeting was special, so you learned a lot as a result, right? That's good. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Move item 22, staff recommendation.
We have one speaker on 22.
Okay, we have a speaker on item 22, and it's been moved by Member Harris. It's been seconded by Member Hanson. I don't see anyone that needs a staff report, unless you have something you must get on record. No? Okay. So with that being said, let's call up our speaker.
Okay, I have two speakers. First is Sharon Huntsman, and then Bill Higgins.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Sharon Huntsman, and I have been living next to strangers since May. I live next to a non-resident Airbnb, and while requiring short-term rentals to submit quarterly activity and to advertise their permit numbers certainly can't hurt, I think the city needs to go much further. Given the overwhelming number of hosts who are not paying any attention to the rules that we have on the books, I think the city needs to significantly increase the cost of noncompliance. The Airbnb next to me operated without a permit for 2 months with no fine or penalty. Since receiving their permit in June, they continue to advertise as with an occupancy of 8. I've asked them to correct it. They have not. I've talked to finance, to enforcement, and it hasn't changed. On Airbnb right now, if you were to search, you would find 56 Sacramento homes advertising 8 people per night. That's flying in the face of the ordinance that you've passed. The City of Portland started permitting short-term rentals in 2014. After 3 years of noncompliance, what they've decided to do is to tighten their enforcement. There's no grace period. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules in Portland gets an immediate fine of $1,000 to $5,000. Let's not take 3 years to reach the same conclusion that the City of Portland came to. Let's step up enforcement and fine people for not following the rules. Secondly, the notion of having a property manager within 30 minutes is a great attempt, but it's kind of meaningless for those of us who live next to a non-resident short-term rental. Whether I'm calling the owner who lives out of state or his property manager who lives 30 minutes away, the chances are with 10 to 15 groups of renters coming and going every month, I've been having to deal with what I politely call vacation behaviors. Large gatherings, late night noise, cars driving unsafely, even 1 week, heavy cannabis smoke that was wafting into our backyard and pushed us inside. Non-resident short-term rentals are removing housing from available supply. I'd ask council members to restrict non-resident Airbnbs in residential neighborhoods altogether. I really thank Councilmember Harris for noticing this issue and taking action on this issue, and I really want to raise the attention of all the council members to see if we can take it further. Let's keep housing for people who live and work and contribute to our neighborhoods. Neighbors are what make neighborhoods great.
Thank you very much. Brad, did you want to speak to some of the issues?
Do you have,
Oh, I saw it. You want to wait till we do both, and then maybe you can speak to it? Okay, let's do both.
Good evening. I'm Bill Higgins, and I also live next door to the Airbnb. And some of these vacation behaviors, as the former speaker called it, we were dumbfounded the night that we had 11 college students from Berkeley moving in for a week next to us. And there's a pool and it's a party atmosphere, and that's not the neighborhood that we moved into. We've spoken a lot of the themes tonight have been about housing and neighborhood community. And this isn't as serious as some of the other issues you've handled tonight. But it does go to the core of community and neighborhood. One of you mentioned Houston. And Houston, right now, it's the neighbors who are helping one another. And our neighborhood has lost something. And it's not because the unit is being used differently, it's because it's being used as a business in the middle of a neighborhood, uncontrolled. I've actually called the code enforcement twice on this property, only to cancel it, because on a Saturday night, your police officers have better things to do probably than handle a loud party next door in East Sacramento. I understand that, but it is something that we deal with on a weekly and monthly basis. We had a code enforcement officer come once for the time that way, and he sat there at 8 o'clock, and the 11 gentlemen I mentioned before didn't roll in until after they finished their bars or dinner or whatever. They didn't come in until 11:30. So the code enforcement could not handle that. You have a disconnect between what you can enforce on these businesses that you're allowing in the middle of the community. And the final thing I'll say is there's a minor housing issue here, because the rental next to us is renting at up to $400 a night. And if you do the math, there's an incentive to turn our housing stock into this type of rental, and that affects our affordable housing across the city in terms of just supply.
Thank you, Bill. So, Brad, I heard disconnect, I heard uncontrolled, I heard step-up enforcement or lack of enforcement, so.
Yes,
maybe.
Brad Wasson, Revenue Manager. And yes, code enforcement is the department we have that would respond to complaints and nuisance issues. So we'll have to refer that to code enforcement and see if there's more that they can do. On the number of guests, we entered into an agreement with Airbnb last month, and it becomes effective on the 1st, and they're going to start collecting the tax and remitting that directly to the city, and they're going to inform their hosts that they need to get a city permit. So we're waiting for that to happen and roll out, because then we believe we're going to get a number of compliance. And then when we follow up with compliance, we can look at the issues for the number of guests that are being advertised, and we'll also be looking for they have the city permit number. We can take action, we can revoke their permit if they're not in compliance with the code.
Okay. We have a couple council members that want to speak to this, so stay tuned. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to thank you both for your comments and for bringing it to my attention, the issue on La Purísima. It was actually the impetus to go ahead and try to change our ordinance for the better. We may not have it perfect yet. I tend to agree with you about the penalties involved. Brad, what penalties can be instated at this point if a person does not get a permit or does not comply with the number of people per night, if we were so lucky as to catch them?
I would need to look that up. I didn't bring that with me today.
Well, to the two of you, I just want to say that we will track this moving forward. I think that we need to work a little harder on this. I get the issue. I have personal friends in East Sac who had a short-term rental business start up next to them, and their principal comment that really caught my ears was that they didn't feel safe having their children play in their front yard because there were too many strangers coming in and out. So you're absolutely right. There are repercussions to a neighborhood. You know, this is a difficult issue because In the sharing economy, people really make big use of short-term rentals all over the world, and they love them. They really enjoy having a stay in the neighborhood. So we know that there will be bad business proprietors. We know that sometimes there will be bad behavior by the people who use these short-term rentals, but we also know that's not always the case, and that this business model is embraced by millions of people. So trying to find that balance is not going to be tremendously easy, but we will keep focusing on it. And I appreciate your comments. Feel free to contact my office any and every time that you have a problem next to your home, and we will try to get code out there and help you solve your issues.
Councilman Magetta.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I want to thank Councilmember Harris for these efforts to make this a much better proposal. I've heard from both sides on this issue, a lot of folks who benefit and who see Airbnb as their ability to, one, sustain themselves. But I think this is a problem of what we have with some property owners who are being negligent. And in my situation in District 6, we have a Airbnb who there is a strong belief that it's being used as for prostitution. People are coming in multiple times out of the day. And what I'd like to see is also, again, a stronger enforcement on this issue. There's one thing if someone's coming here for a couple days to get to know Sacramento, but when the short-term rental is cheaper than the local motel, and you see multiple people going through, I think that there needs to be quick enforcement and swift action from our code enforcement office on these issues, and it shouldn't take weeks for us to respond on that. So I want to make sure that we tighten that gap. I know that there already is some of that provision in the ordinance that we have put in, and I think it's a 2 citation and then a revocation. But even then, I think that's I think that's a little too much. So.
Thank you, Councilman Magetta. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a couple things. First, I think this is a good thing. I want to thank Councilmember Harris for really championing this effort to not only collect the TOT taxes on these, but also to put some more rules in place. As we've engaged in this process, I think we continue to learn a lot. I will say, because I have a VRBO next to me, that I see, and there's another one a couple doors down. So I see some of the things that you talk about, and usually I'm able to talk to the property owner to manage that, and he's made a commitment to me. That doesn't necessarily help you if the property owner is not responsible. So I think we need to continue to find ways to make the property owners responsible. But I also find, that sometimes the folks who are staying in these places are quite interesting. We were on our front porch once, and a woman who's performing at Music Circus as Belle in Beauty and the Beast, her husband and children were staying just a couple doors down, and we got to know them, and it wouldn't have happened, they were only there for a couple weeks, if not for this opportunity. So I think that in the neighborliness category, there's still opportunities for connections, but I understand your concerns. And Mr. Simpson, since you're sitting here, this is our code enforcement director. Could I just ask you to address some of the comments about, behavior, occupancy, and what we have on the books that could help with that, or if really we don't have something on the books? And I should preface it by saying, not long after I got elected, one of these short-term rentals at an apartment complex I represent in Natomas had been rented by some out-of-town folks for a party. Ultimately, it turned out to be a gang-involved incident. There was a shooting, and it was not a good situation. So, with that.
Well, just let me start by saying, in terms of the scope of what code enforcement does overall, when you look at entertainment, you look at weed abatement, you look at all the things we do, the number of complaints that we've received in code for this type of issue is fairly small. So the other problem that I think is about this ordinance is that it's difficult for code to be the bedroom police. When somebody complains about they've got 10 people living or Airbnb next to my house, and they're coming in at 11 o'clock. How do we investigate that? It makes it difficult, and I think maybe what we need to do is maybe look at other cities and look at some best practices like Oregon and some of these other places, or Portland, and try to determine whether there's something there we can add to our code that's going to beef it up. And then the other thing is have a bigger hammer. So make the revocation, penalties are fine, but after so many times of nuisance complaints that are confirmed, perhaps we move right to a revocation of the permit. Just a couple examples.
It looks like the city attorney, who still is serving in the role, would like to speak.
Vice Mayor and Council, what we have are some options currently under our code, administrative penalties that could go from $250 all the way up to $25,000, depending on the gravity and number of circumstances that are presented. So those are things we can look at. The issue obviously is getting the complaints in, as Mr. Simpson indicated, and then from that having a focused approach that we take to get the word out to the community that folks who are doing this are going to be subject to some penalties. I mean, it is a business decision that they're making, and they need to be responsible in making that business decision and ensuring that their properties are operated not in a fashion that's inconsistent with the neighborhood as a nuisance.
Thank you. Just one last comment. Mr. City Manager, as we continue to work on this, I'd love to do a follow-up in a few months, either with Brad and Carl and Mr. Harris, but we should continue to look at how to manage this, because in other cities I do think it has needed some more management to get the proper balance, especially in the situation where we have a very tight rental market, less than 2% vacancy. These things do really matter a lot, so thank you.
Mayor. Okay, so that was why my name was up.
Yeah, we're just switching seats for a minute here. That's okay. Thank you. I just need a little break. Thank you. So the one thing I wonder, again, being relatively new here, I've heard a lot about justice for neighbors. I've heard a lot about, I remember, problem-oriented policing, and I understand we're not necessarily talking about criminal behavior here. But if this is a problem where there's sort of some known abuse, 50-some-odd houses, eight or more, behaviors that, if not criminal or just rowdy, why don't we do some proactive enforcement here and make an example of one or two or three folks who are abusing this license or this permit? Well, why don't we do that? It's a way to send the signal, right, that we're serious about this. We do this with prostitution stings, right? So rather than just to wring our hands and ask whether or not we've got more remedial authority, what ordinance we can use to try to enforce, why don't we won't say who, why don't we get out there and take on 5 of these so that the legitimate Airbnb folk know that we're distinguishing between those who are doing it in the right way and those who are abusing the privilege. Is that possible? No, but you just...
It is possible, Mr. Mayor, that what I would just ask that, like I said, we haven't had a lot of these type of complaints. So, and it sounds like... It sounds like the behavior is somewhat transitory. So you may have a group of people that come in that are rowdy one time, but maybe the next 3 or 4 rentals, there may not be any issues at all. And so that makes it difficult from an enforcement perspective sometimes to follow up on those. But certainly we can follow up from a nuisance perspective and make sure we hone in on those owners that demonstrate a continual pattern.
Yeah, I understand the Airbnb owner may be renting one week to somebody who is behaving just fine, right? But then the next week not. But that's about the owner. It's not about the tenants. We used to, when I did the social nuisance ordinance in '94, this was about holding the property owner responsible for the behavior of the tenants. I think that's what we're talking about here now, right? If you get this permit, you get this license to operate this, well, then you have to operate it with respect to the neighborhood. And if you don't, well then, we need to protect the rest of those neighbors.
Agree.
I don't know.
Totally agree. So let me get my point in real quick. So Brad and Sharon, I want to thank you for coming in and giving your points of has gone on. And Carl, what I hear happening here is we talked about a best practice out of another city, you know, and I'm thinking that potentially we can take a look at this particular example and see what went right and what went wrong, and how do we correct that right here in Sacramento?
Absolutely, yes.
In this particular case, did they file the correct paperwork? Did they get to the right department? Did we have enough resources to respond? I'm just trying to look at what the situation here is right here in Sacramento and what we can do better the next time it goes on, and we can start building our own best practices while we also take a look at other cities that have done this longer than we have. So if it's possible, I'd like to kind of just use them as a model. And did they do everything that they should have done? And if not, then how should we be educating the Airbnb folks as to what they should do when they see these kind of circumstances take place in their homes?
I agree. We can do that.
Good. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Harris.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, to address that, in this particular case, the operator did not get a permit until we notified them that they were in violation. So we know that, you know, in this case, that was a problem. I would suggest to you, Mr. Wasson, that one area we could start thinking about allocating resources to get on top of this is to spend little time online and look at the advertisements. If, in fact, people are advertising for 8 people per night, and our code is 6, we know we have a problem, and we know the addresses, and we can go talk to those people. Very likely they will not have permits. So I think that's a really good place to start, rather than trying to get Carl to a house, you know, on a complaint of noise or, you know, other nuisance, and get him there in a timely fashion. I think we have a lot to work with there just by scouring the online ads, and we'll gather a tremendous amount of data that way very quickly.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yeah, and again, you know, this is for Brad and Carl. I think if we, you know, particularly on the one problem property that I've been hearing a lot on 14th Avenue, it's only a few blocks away from Stockton Boulevard where we've had those issues of prostitution, and that seems to be the constant complaint that I've been hearing. So if that's an area where we can focus on, maybe looking at those areas, I greatly appreciate that.
Great. Okay, I have a motion by Member Harris.
You got 2 people saying they should speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't there 10 seconds ago. Councilwoman Ashby.
Sorry, I tried to catch you while you were still looking. I'm sorry. Carl, can I ask you a question? I think the idea of JFN that the mayor has is a good starting point, but I doubt many of these homes would rise to the level of being a constant nuisance. If they were, JFN would make perfect sense, but I think it's more like an occasional person in there and then you can't quite catch them. And so my question for you is and let me be clear, I recognize I'm looking at the same face that we're all hoping will help us with marijuana abatement and illegal dumping all over the city and building code violations. So you're a busy guy. What resources do you need from us to do some of these things that you've heard? Because Councilmember Guerra's points are really important and Councilmember Harris's suggestion is really good, but both will take somebody to be actively pursuing those, and I think we should do it too. So what would we need to do? Does the funding that comes in through Brad's program sufficiently pay for a position that could do the things that these folks are asking for? Because the goal is to prevent what Councilmember Hansen described. By the time that happens, it's too late. So what we want to do is identify those homes beforehand and not allow sort of that activity to happen to neighbors. So what do you need from us in order to take some of these preventative suggestions that a few of these council members have tossed out to you and sort of do a preemptory type of JFN caseload through your office?
Well, the answer to your first question is, I think there's a small percentage of the permit that goes to funding. I think that was intended to actually address housing issues as opposed to nuisance-related issues arising out of this activity.
Okay.
If it's nuisance-related activity, remember, a lot of these situations are going on after hours. You know, code enforcement's not a 24-hour service for the most part. So, again, one of the residents came up and said that there was a code enforcement officer out there till 11 o'clock at night. Was not able to confirm that there was an actual violation. So I guess the answer to your question would be staffing certainly would give us an opportunity to be more aggressive, especially after hours when a lot of these issues are going on.
Well, we're probably just a couple of months away from taking up mid-year proposals from offices, and I think particularly Councilmember Guerra's comments, because those would be after-hour issues too, and they would take some preemptive effort. I would encourage you to bring back to us some type of proposal on a staff person that would scour ads, as Councilmember Harris has suggested, or respond, as Councilmember Hansen has said, to community members, or as Councilmember Guerra has said, preemptively go out to the areas that we know represent an issue for us, and have a person who's really proactively enforcing. So maybe you can help present that back to us.
Absolutely.
In the days that come.
Yep, will do.
Councilmember Carr.
Carl, you can sit down. My
Thanks.
question doesn't concern me. I asked Carl to sit down because I don't think this is a code enforcement type of issue for the very reasons that have been stated. You'd have to have code enforcement staking out places, and they aren't equipped to do that. And we want them to do other things that are helping our community to get better. So, Jeff, I appreciate you working on this. I really have an issue with Airbnbs or any of these temporary residences being allowed to operate in a residential neighborhood where the property owner is not there. If the property owner is there, we don't have these issues. It's only when they are not there. And I think we got to find a solution for that. And I don't think it's code enforcement. It may be the one you suggested, or it may be some other solution, but we can't continue to allow our neighborhoods to deteriorate in this fashion. And as for me, I have enough trouble with just rentals, where people are signing a 2-year lease or a 3-year lease, getting a hold of the property owner and getting the property owner to respond properly. And trying to do that with these type of properties would be even more difficult. So as we work through this, I know we're iterating the process, but I think we ought to try to find a solution that doesn't involve code enforcement. And maybe a stricter set of penalties, harsher penalties would discourage people from allowing these things to happen in their rentals when they're not there. But I'd much rather see you have to be home to rent your room.
Councilmember Harris.
Just a final comment. Larry, we tackled all those issues at Lawn Ledge when we originally looked at the ordinance. We wrestled a bit with absentee owners, and so now we've imposed a further condition that people have to bring back an accounting for how many nights people are there, how many people stay, and so forth. We also instituted, if you read the ordinance, that they have to have a local manager that is reachable within 30-mile radius of the Airbnb or the short-term rental. So we've made some attempts, and we haven't tried these out yet. That's what this ordinance is a cleanup to see if what we're instituting now will help the problem. Understand that the number of complaints we get about this are very small. You know, it's just been a handful of complaints so far. This is not a real rampant issue at this point, but I agree with you. We need to get out in front of it. So this ordinance, these changes, I think, will be helpful. Whether or not they'll hit the mark, uncertain, and we can certainly and will look at penalties, stiffer penalties in the future. But I think we have some tools that we need to process through to know how to proceed.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Member Harris, a second by Member Hansen. We've had extended conversation. Time to call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstain? Let the record show we are 7-0. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your testimony. Okay, let's move to item 23, please. How you doing?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Jennings, members of the council. Due to the late hour, I'm not sure what the preference is. I do have a PowerPoint, but I can do a summary if you would like, or
I think the summary would be incredibly well. We get a chance to hear you speak and really elaborate on the project, and this would be great.
Great. Again, good evening, Vice Mayor Jennings. We came before you in March of this year with a homeless strategy to utilize turnover vouchers for the HCV program and for public housing. And it was a multi-pronged strategy for various HCV programs and public housing. And so the first item...
Point of order, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry, I think the mayor wants to hear this, and he's just right back there, and I think I may be wrong, but there may have been some dialogue around this PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I think we might have to back you up. Mayor, this is your PowerPoint.
Okay.
I should go back and do my job.
Sorry, I apologize.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. Please.
Good evening. I guess I will do the whole PowerPoint at this point. Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. I'm Sarah Thomas, and I'm with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the administrative process related to the homeless initiative that was presented to you in March of this year to house over 1,700 homeless individuals and families utilizing turnover public housing units and HCV vouchers. To recap, in March, we brought forward a multi-pronged 3-year implementation plan. For public housing, the goal was for 80% of the turnover, which equates to the city public housing units that turn in a year, to be dedicated to serve homeless individuals and families. I'll be using the word families, but I'm referring to both individuals and families together. And for the county public housing side, 20% of the portfolio would continue to house families off of our waiting list. On the HCV side, which is on the left side, the goal was established to utilize 50% of the HCV turnover vouchers to house homeless families and 50% of the turnover vouchers to serve families off our waiting list, as was prescribed by HUD's Office of Fair Housing. Over the next 3 years, our goal was to have the city public housing units available to serve the homeless, some of whom will need services to remain housed, totaling 480 units. In addition, on the HCV side, vouchers would be project-based, where there would be actual units available in our community for homeless families. And I will present more information in the next agenda item, item 24, related to project-based vouchers. We also anticipate leveraging an additional 300 units over 3 years by allocating these vouchers. And we will also have vouchers available dedicated to serve families currently in permanent supportive housing, not needing intensive services, and would get a voucher to move on.
Sarah, may I, just to clarify, because this is an important slide here, or whatever, what do you call it? Slide, okay. Mm-hmm. When you say housing choice vouchers county, that includes the city and county, correct?
It includes the city and the county. It's just, I was just mentioning that the county is the one that votes and has
They're the ones that have the
jurisdiction.
At least arguably the legal authority over the vouchers. Is part of your recommendation tonight, or is it premature to determine what percent of those 1,275 vouchers would be allocated within the city versus the remainder of the county?
Yes, I think we're just trying to, make sure that you understand the difference between the city and the county, but the purpose is not tonight.
Not
to
tonight.
Say, yes, not tonight to say X amount goes to the city, X amount goes to the county. In fact, really what we are proposing is that we move forward aggressively with all of the programs. And I think Sarah in her next slide will talk about how it integrates in whole person care and how these will be used. If there is more of a demand as these programs get up and going with whole person care as well as the county's FSRP, then we want to evaluate that, come back, and make another recommendation in terms of how we can allocate accordingly. Does that make sense? Does that
Yeah,
answer
so
your question?
you're going to in part determine, well, let's go to the next slide, then I think I want to try to put it in the big picture context. Go ahead. Yep, please, thank you.
Sure. So just to finish off with this slide, I just wanted to mention that we are also allocating vouchers to serve homeless youth. And then also the limited allocation is where the families would get the tenant-based voucher where they are linked, if needed, with the whole person care program to receive services. So that comes up to 1,755 units and vouchers.
Would be good to get some detail at a subsequent hearing about how the leverage actually works, because 300 units, that's a lot of units, and I believe you can do it, but it would be probably good to get into some detail as to how that leverage actually occurs.
Yes, and that will be actually in my next presentation, which is
well.
just related to the project-based vouchers.
In 5 minutes, okay.
Less
good.
than 5 minutes.
Okay.
So with all the programs that were mentioned, the 1,755 vouchers and units that would be available to house homeless individuals and families, they will have access to be linked to the whole person care program as necessary. In addition, the allocation of the public housing and HCV vouchers links directly to the city's initiative to house 2,300 families over a 3-year period, utilizing the rapid rehousing program, the continuum of cares, permanent supportive housing, as well as public housing resources.
Is that the last slide?
No.
Okay, keep going. I want to go back to that slide you just showed a minute, but let's go through the presentation, please. Sure. Go ahead.
Again, just wanted to conceptually just show you how the program would work. And again, congratulations to you for getting the whole person care and to city staff. So we are working closely with city staff to understand all aspects of the whole person care program, and we will be developing policies very shortly to provide seamless services to our families. From what we do know is that we want to provide maximum resources to our homeless families. And so this is a simplistic diagram of how it would work for an HCV family. Once the family goes through the referral and eligibility process through the whole person care program, and I know Emily is here in the audience to answer questions related to whole person care, whether the family is coming through a clinic or the emergency room, for example, if they're linked to whole person care, we would receive the referral that the family needs a voucher. We would go through our process and then provide a voucher to the family, and then there would be services, hopefully through whole person care, to find a unit, and ongoing services would be available as needed. So in a nutshell, this report is just to give you an update that after we came before you in March, we worked really hard to start working on amending all of our administrative documents, because it's important for us to do that before we can embark on a lot of our initiatives. We worked on amending our documents, including the overarching annual plan, the public housing admissions and continued occupancy document, or ACOP, which is our public housing policy document, and our administrative document for the housing choice voucher program. We worked on that immediately, started our public comment period. We met with the resident advisory board, with legal services, members of the public, make changes to the document. Needless to say, we've been busy doing all of that stuff, and in the essence of time, given that we want to start housing the homeless, we have submitted the documents to HUD already, and we are waiting for their approval. HUD has 75 days to provide their feedback, and we hope to receive their approval in October. Once we receive the approval, we will be ready to go to implement the 3-year initiative, partnering with the city to house homeless individuals and families. And so that concludes my presentation.
So, to me, this report is the beginning of maybe our most crucial discussion as a city with our partners at SHRA and the county, which is how are we going to integrate all of these currently disparate efforts. I can tell you that I'm feeling hopeful about our conversations, my conversation specifically with a number of county supervisors about how we work together, since we are bringing a significant resource to the table, whole person care. They have significant resources, namely the mental health and substance abuse services. And then, of course, SHRA is responsible for administering the housing choice vouchers as well as administering the public housing units. And so the one slide that you had, which was after the circles, which showed, yeah, that one, is sort of the beginning of, I think, what needs to be a deeper discussion. It expresses the intent, which I appreciate and we agree with, that we're going to use these vouchers and our share of the vouchers, or we're going to use all the vouchers that we have set aside for not just whole person care, but the county's flexible housing program. And hopefully we're going to get to a place where those two efforts are functionally integrated. So you're not having to make a bunch of artificial choices. That's where we're trying to get to. But you have your legal and administrative requirements with HUD to get all these approvals. That's one piece of this. But we need you guys, please, to be seamless with Emily and Jacob and our specific city team and the team, the task force and the consultants that are implementing whole person care. And I don't know yet, for example, whether or not you've sat down in an intensive 3-hour work session with the whole person care consultant team, or whether that's happened yet, because I know they're just forming and outlining, but I hope that is one of the next steps here. Because my only point, I know we've had some back and forth about the report and the PowerPoint and all that. My point is that these efforts need to be functionally integrated day to day with the work we're doing at the city, hopefully the work that will then be integrating with the county to meet our common goal, is to get 2,000 people off the streets and prevent the next 2,000 from becoming homeless over the next 3 years. And I just worry, government being what it is, that you're going to have your set of regulatory requirements over here on how to use the vouchers and the public housing units. We're going to be doing whole person care over here. The county obviously is over here, and right now they have a separate program that they're considering on the housing and service side. And we all know we are only going to be successful with the most difficult of problems if we are a real team across the board, and that's what we want to get to, and I think we will. And this is the beginning of outlining what it might look like. So I just hope that those intensive work sessions with the whole person care team and Emily and SHRA around the whole housing piece, which is, it's okay, excuse me, which is complicated, that takes place sooner rather than later. As we continue our productive conversations with the county about how to create some functional integration of our systems.
Absolutely, and we want to provide seamless services to our families ultimately, so they have So they have housing as well as services together. We were at the meeting on August the 11th that was held by Emily and the consultants, and we also I've been working to set up a time to meet with the consultants for whole person care so we can get into the deeper dive
I think
related
right,
to it.
but it needs
So-
to be a day-to-day kind of a relationship. The the other point I want to emphasize, that of course emphasized to the whole person care team and talked about with the county, is that your work here on the housing side needs to be, please, integrated, I keep using that word, merged with the point-in-time count.
Mhm.
It's all about the point-in-time count. We know that's not perfect either, right? That number changed, but it's those people. And part of your, I'll stop with this. Your 1755, by the way, is not really 1755, and that's not a criticism. It's more of an observation that some of those 755 are going to have to be to keep people who are currently in housing, to prevent them from becoming homeless. You got to factor that in so that we know exactly what resource you're bringing to the table off the 2,300. I'm a numbers person. I want to be precise here. If we're going to hold ourselves accountable, and I'm going to hold myself accountable getting 2,000 people off the streets, we need to know how many new housing units we have for the point-in-time count population so that we can be using the housing, whole person care, and hopefully the county mental health and substance abuse resources to accomplish just that. And that's real functionality. But sometimes hasn't happened around homelessness in that way in the past. Does that make sense? Michelle?
I'm sorry, I was talking to the gentleman, so I'm not sure if Sarah had mentioned that. In terms of the task force for the whole person care, we have been participating on all of those meetings. I'm part of the steering committee. The consultant has reached out to us and set up our appointment where we will sit down and has given us our list of questions to respond to. So we're totally integrated into that particular process. And we know, obviously, that our role in our discussions is about the housing component. So I want to make it very, very clear that we are actively, active partner in everything that's going on
You're the
regarding
key
whole
partner.
person care.
You're a key partner.
Absolutely. So I just want to make sure that there's no misconceptions that we are not very much engaged with everything that's going on. And SHRA, in our role, we understand that we do often straddle between the city and the county. It's a role that that's just our job, and that's what we do. And so we are also actively engaged on the county side as well. So to the extent that there is more integration between the two, obviously it makes our job easier, and we welcome that. That's a great thing. Okay. But in the meantime, it still doesn't slow us down from working both sides of the shop.
No, I think you're doing it right in the sense that you're fulfilling all the federal requirements and starting the process.
Right.
Which is great. Just ultimately, it needs to be seamless, and you're right. It's not on you to get us together with the county. You can help.
Everything we can do.
But that's on us and them, and we're making progress.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I think also too in the next presentation to respond to your question about what the numbers are, you'll see in terms of the net.
Okay, let's go to the next item. Is there, sir, did you want to testify? You can't just come on up. If you want to, why don't you wait until after the next item?
I want to comment on this.
No, we're going to have you wait till after the next item, and we'll allow you to come on up and testify. Okay. Well, we could help the gentleman fill out the form so that we're following the protocol. Well, we'll wait for the next item. Okay, let's do this next item, and then we'll allow Mr. Worthy and the gentleman to come on up and testify. Okay? Good. Okay, next item. Okay, got it?
Good evening,
ahead.
Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. Sarah Thomas again with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. And here I'm again going to provide an update on the homeless initiative, but really focusing specifically on this, on the allocation of project-based vouchers to serve homeless individuals and families.
Go ahead.
I'm going to skip over this slide because I already talked about this slide in my previous presentation, but just to highlight it, this is our strategy that we came forward with in March of this year to serve families with vouchers and with public housing. Specifically, as part of our strategy, we said that we would focus on serving families with a tenant-based voucher, project-based vouchers, move-on allocation, and serving homeless youth and public housing. So this presentation is going to focus on the project-based vouchers where the subsidy is tied to the unit and the family doesn't have to search in the open market for available rental units. As part of that strategy, looking at the project-based voucher line, 75 of the project-based vouchers were allocated through the VASH program, or the Veterans Supportive Housing Program, and that is a program to serve homeless veterans. 75 were to be allocated through a competitive process where we were allocated these vouchers, and 100 each year of project-based vouchers were to be allocated over a 3-year period for a total of 375 project-based vouchers. Soon after the homeless strategy was brought forward to you earlier this year, we released a request for proposal, RFP, for developers who wanted to utilize the project-based vouchers to house the homeless. This RFP was released on June the 9th, and projects were due on July the 17th. While our original strategy, as shown in the previous slide, was releasing 100 project-based vouchers every year, given the tight rental market, this RFP made available 200 project-based vouchers serving the homeless, with the ability to allocate more based on the need in the community. A total of 12 projects requested 484 project-based vouchers, and eight projects were recommended to be awarded a total of 368 project-based vouchers. This includes vouchers for Lavender Court, Shasta, and Victory Townhomes in the city. Of these vouchers, 231 are available for existing units and 137 are to build new units. While we know the importance of having new units coming online, we also know that it is very important to preserve existing units to house the homeless. Without these vouchers being allocated to these developments, homeless units would be lost in Sacramento.
Okay, so these are 368 are to house people who are currently housed.
231 of that number would be for families, for existing units, but we would house new homeless with the turnover vouchers.
Okay, so but let's just be clear. And again, it's not criticism because there's nothing wrong with using, in fact, it's right to use existing units to keep people housed, but I want truth in advertising here. If we're not doing 1,755 new units, what are we subtracting off that number? It's 231?
231 are for existing units.
Okay.
And when there is turnover, then we would be filling
We don't
those
know how
with-
quick the turnover will be.
Well, on average, it varies from 1 to 3 a month, but if we lowballed it, it would be 1 to 2 per month per
1 to 2
development.
per month, so 25 a year out of the 231.
Per development.
Per development.
1 to 2 per development, and there are how many developments?
I do have a slide later in the presentation that does talk about what the units and how many would be the new net units that are coming online. So I will be talking about that in a minute. Here is a map, and I'm sorry, it's trying to get all the projects on one map. This is the location of the awards, and showing them throughout the city and the county. In addition to the 368 vouchers, as mentioned earlier, we had 75 VASH vouchers that were also allocated to serve the homeless. This was 25 vouchers each to the 3 projects listed here, the Hotel Berry, the Twin Rivers, and Mather Veterans Village. Out of that, 2/3 are for new construction, so for new units, and 1/3 are for existing units at the Hotel Berry. So here is a map including both the regular HCV voucher, project-based vouchers, as well as the VASH vouchers here on one map. So in March, we were approved to allocate 375 project-based vouchers over 3 years. 75 were through the VASH program and 300 for the regular HCV program. Given the additional demand for the project-based vouchers, we received approval from the board last week to allocate, in addition to the 75, to allocate an additional 68 vouchers, so 368 instead of 300 project-based vouchers in the very first year. So this is an additional 68 project-based vouchers over the originally approved 300. And by providing the vouchers to each of these developments, the units will be kept affordable for 20 years with the option to renew the contracts for an additional 20 years. In addition, we do plan on issuing additional RFPs to be able to allocate additional project-based vouchers.
When you talk about project-based vouchers, this is new development? This is new construction, I should say?
But some of the projects are new construction and some of them are for the existing.
And so for the new projects, it's going to take how many years to actually build new projects?
And I will have that also on a slide.
Okay.
For you. Oh, I did have it on the slides here, actually. Yes, you're right. We do have dates here on this slide related to when some of them will be available.
Oh, I see. 2020. The obviously new construction, there's no relief until 2019-20. That's assuming rapid pace of design and construction.
Right. So we will have, with turnover units, with our existing units, we'll be able to move some families, individuals and families, into units, and then it'll ramp up with the new construction over the next few years. In addition, we plan on issuing additional RFPs as well, so we will continue to have that pipeline moving forward. So this is the slide where I wanted to talk a little bit about the new units that are becoming available in Sacramento. We anticipate a ramp-up of units becoming available in the communities, with years 1 and 2, of which 2017 is mainly gone. We will have units available through turnover, as mentioned earlier, utilizing an average of 1 vacancy per month per development. While in years 3 and 4, we will have units available through turnover of existing units and 187 new units coming online. And those will come online in 2019 and 2020. So combining the turnover of the existing units and new units coming online, we anticipate approximately 451 units becoming available to house the homeless by 2020.
Okay, so that's bottom line. 451 units to house the chronically homeless, the point-in-time count people by 2020.
Correct. That's including the new units as well as the turnover with the existing units.
Okay. I don't know that that's responsive to what we did back in March. I don't know that it is. We talked about, we have a point-in-time count of 2,052. We got together with the county. We sought to redirect a lot of units. I know this is a complicated area, but at the end of the day, we can only guarantee 450 units by 2020.
This is just.
What? Those are just the project-based.
Just the project-based vouchers, and we also plan on issuing additional RFPs to issue
Okay. Okay, so that on top of the public housing units.
on top of the public housing units, as
Okay.
well as the tenant-based vouchers that we will be linking families to.
And what are those are those?
Right. If you recall at the beginning of the presentation, there's these several different tranches. So there's the limited housing, limited allocation. That's the one we were talking about that really coordinates very well with the whole person care as well as FSRP. That's the first one. Then there's the project-based vouchers. So that's the 450 some odd that we're talking about in that group. Then there's move-on allocation. So it's in these different categories, as you can see, that we're talking about. So this whole report is really focused on the second one, which is the project-based vouchers, and what we have done to date with project-based vouchers. It's not the total, so we're not saying that it's 451 of the, instead of 1755. We're just showing you the pathways of how you get to 1755 and the work we've done so far.
Yeah.
It is, 443 is what we are allocating this year, and that is an additional 68 vouchers over the 375 that we said we would do over a 3-year period. So we are doing 68 more in the first year.
Where did those come from?
So that's
So
really...
what 68 are you not doing, I guess?
Yeah. So if you look at the chart, we projected that we do 375 over a 3-year time frame. We accelerated that, and we were able to issue not 375, but an additional 68 on top of that this year alone. So instead of doing year 1, 175, year 2, 100, year 3, 100, we accelerated the whole plan, and we were able to do all of the ones in the chart plus an additional 68.
So does that, just so I understand, does that affect the 1755 and add 68 to that? So the 1755 becomes 18, whatever that is.
Exactly. I mean, that's what our goal is. Our goal is to try to exceed that.
Right.
Now, we feel that obviously, it's too early to say, but based on our projections, we think that we will get more out of project basing than we originally started out with, because when we looked at the pipeline of projects, there was just so many projects that we could get them going now versus waiting for a 3-year period.
Do you have enough projects for the 468 over the 3-year period?
Yes, that, in fact,
The other chart that we looked at?
in that particular tranche, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what this, just to simplify, this whole report is saying, instead of doing something over 3 years, we've been able to do all of those things in this last allocation and add on 68 more units.
Over the 3-year period.
We thought we would do it over 3.
They're doing it
We were
quicker.
able to do it in 1.
Faster.
And get it, we fast-tracked it. That's what this whole thing is saying. We have fast-tracked, and we were able to do, instead of doing it in 3 years, we've been able to do it now.
But just if I could ask one other question. So on the project-based vouchers, though, we're more or less spent as far as projects go. So if you had, for example, Mr. Harris has talked about pods, and if we wanted to use project-based vouchers towards putting the pods up, we wouldn't have any left because...
We would have to come back and get additional authority to allocate more project-based vouchers. And so then that total number could continue to go up.
And again, are we losing those from somewhere else, or those are just because there's more happening?
Are we losing?
To go get it, if you just said going to get authority to do more project-based vouchers.
Yes, we would have to look at where we are in terms of our utilization. So if our utilization gives us enough within our cap, then that's how we could do more. And we will know more as we go forward.
So as we're trying to think about potential additional housing in some form or another, there's a possibility of getting more project-based vouchers.
Correct.
Bond against whatever, or to get funds to do the additional housing.
Correct.
And Mayor, can I ask one point of clarification too? I think this is to your point. The way I'm seeing this, if we went back to the voucher discussion that we had earlier in the year where the city at the mayor's direction, took some of these vouchers to use, and then now we've wed them with whole person care. That's somewhat, this is in addition to that, right? I mean, I know for sure, like these ones at the top, Mayor, those are the vouchers that we didn't get, but they're creating new housing. So those are not, that's not coming from the same, these are additional sources and happening faster.
368 are not part of the originals. Not part of the original 1755?
300 were.
And then they added 68 and fast-tracked them 2 years, a year.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So it includes the county piece.
300 were the leveraged units, is that? No. It just may be that it's late, is all that it is. But yeah, that's okay. Well, we've got a lot of research. I just, for me, and it just may be my own simple brain here, I just need to know on a single sheet of paper how many units are going to come online when? Are they for existing clients or existing housed people who we don't want to become homeless, or are they going to be able to be put to use through whole person care? It's just sequential. It's a lot of numbers in a lot of different reports and a lot of different programs, and I'm not getting it. So that may be just me. And so if that's the case, I apologize. But I do think a single 2 or 3 page sheet that just sequentially lays out timelines. Because we have to match the implementation of whole person care as we ramp it up, and it's not going to all be implemented at one time. It's 3 years, and we increase the cohorts. We add new people, and then the people who started will go into a second year, and it'll roll like that. How the housing is specifically integrated time-wise with that implementation, that's really all I need to know. I have complete faith in the agency and your ability to go gain the regulatory approvals, work with the developers on the project-based side, get the units up and running. I just need to really understand so I can explain it. Excuse me, sir. So I can explain it, how this works sequentially with the implementation of whole person care. That's all I'm asking. Yeah.
Just wonder if, given the hour, and we are starting hour 6 of
we're all
meeting,
yeah.
And I know that this is really important to you and
to all of us,
to everybody, but this presentation, I just wonder if this and the trailing 2 items, if maybe we should have them come back to us.
Do it.
And then you
good
could,
idea.
With a fresh mind from all
good
of
idea.
us, it's too important, I think,
No, that's
maybe
a good
to
idea.
gloss over.
Yeah, and I'm just asking if that just exactly the way I said it, the timing of the new units coming online with the implementation of whole person care, so that we know then what the gap might be.
Maybe I could make a motion to move these 3 items forward to another agenda that the city manager and you, Mayor, could figure out, and you could simplify, or at least have some executive summary component for us, and then the mayor would be able to sort of take it all in. It's a lot, and it's really important, and something he's worked hard on. I just think we should give him that time.
Point of clarification, though, these are receive and file, so I don't think we need a motion.
We need a motion to bring them back, forward them, not hear them, and bring them back.
I think they can be agendized again at the city manager's discretion, but
To not hear them, because there's 2 more.
well, no, we've done 23 and 24. We just haven't done CDBG, which was continued from a month ago already. So I'm not saying we should do it, but
okay. That's,
I'm happy
I think I think Councilmember Ashby's down the right track. Again, we don't need to get mired in whether a formal motion is required. The idea is, okay, we've introduced it. I think we get the magnitude that we have significant resources to play with. I've asked for a little bit of a different form, if you will, in a way that would be helpful. I think without objection, we'll re-agendize this, not the full reports, because you've already presented and we'll receive and file, but as a follow-up, just a further piece on how we're going to timing-wise put together whole person care and the housing program. Fair enough?
Absolutely. We, in fact, will be back before you. This isn't it.
This
I just
isn't
want to
it.
make sure. Yes.
Okay.
We will be back before you, and we'll take, obviously, all these comments into consideration as we prepare how it all kind of lays out from a timeline perspective.
Fair enough.
So you'll see us probably more often than you'd like.
We'll keep working. Thank you. That was a helpful suggestion. Okay. And then CDBG report, we'll receive and file, okay? That's what we'll do, unless something we want to add on that at this
So
point?
the purpose of this one was to really outline the fact that we're starting up the CDBG process. So it's up to the council.
We'll put it over, okay?
So if we don't do the workshop, we do need to come back with our formal CDBG recommendations. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Would you like us to then now move forward with coming back with the recommendations, which you'll probably see within another 6 weeks?
I'd like you to do that, but please reach out to each of the council members so that they can understand how this CDBG impacts in a positive way their respective districts, okay? And my office too. That'll be perfect. Thank you. Thank you. In my district too. Thank you for your patience, your indulgence. We're figuring it all out together. Okay. Good. That's the formal agenda. I'll turn it over to the members of the council, but before I do, I'd like to make sure that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of James Jim Jackson. This is the night where we recognize the achievements of very much still living Jim Sanchez, who's retiring, but we lost Jim Jackson, who was the legendary city attorney who served this city for how many? For 22 years, and left just before I was elected to the council. He left in 1991. He died at age 86, and he had just a very storied career and had great contribution to our city. He's survived by a son and daughter and granddaughters, and he'll be remembered very well by the city of Sacramento as well. We're adjourning his memory. So let's turn it over to members for announcements. Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tell everyone that I'll be in our sister city, Jinan, China, next week, so I will miss the meeting, and I'll have a full report back upon my return.
Travel safe. Councilman Guerra.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. One item for our city manager and parking. Got a concern from a constituent at the Tahoe Park Food Trucks and Movie Night, which thank you, Mr. Mayor, for participating. Secret Life of Pets and a great time out there. But the constituent had a concern. They've been a city parking monthly pass holder, consistent with us. And at the H Street and 14th garage, there have been multiple times where the machine has been broken, and they've required to give them an IOU, like we'll pay you back or whatnot, but you got to pay now. So there seems to be something a little unfair for monthly ticket holders, and apparently this last week it was a backup from a lot of the monthly ticket holders. But for some folks, when they're there for a full day and $20 each time, and if it takes a while to get fixed, it's an inconvenience. So let's figure out. I think we need to figure out a better way to resolve that. So that's from a constituent here. And then really quickly, some critical events happening in District 6. The Office of Cannabis Enforcement and Regulation will have its first town hall on the issue of cannabis and permitting on Wednesday, September 6th at 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the George Sims Community Center. That again is Wednesday, September 6th, 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the George Sims Center on the issue of cannabis permitting and enforcement. Also, a couple days later, we're going to have the first movie night and resource fair at Artivio Guerrero Park over in Fruit Ridge Manor. So not only are we doing a movie night, but we're going to have all our departments out there available before the sun goes down to answer questions about city services, police, fire, parks, utilities, even questions on watering. You can ask them there. We're also going to be showing Finding Dory right after that. So get your information and then watch the movie. Finally, here we have the ice cream social with the Welcome Back to Sacramento for our new Sacramento Police Chief Daniel Hahn, an ice cream social with him at the George Sims Community Center on September 11th at 5:30 p.m. So hopefully you can join us for a little bit of ice cream at the George Sims Community Center. And with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
A lot going on in District 6. Great. Vice Mayor Jennings.
Thank you. So a couple things that are happening on the 1st of September. If, in case you follow social media, you've seen that in the Delta Shores Shopping Center, In-N-Out is finally open. You might want to visit there before you head to Fresno. And the store that opened today for a soft opening, but we'll have the ribbon cutting on Friday, is Dick's Sporting Good. And so all your sports equipment can be picked up there. That opening will be at 7:30 in the morning, and they'll be open for business at 8 o'clock, with Hobby Lobby coming next week to be open as well. So our stores are in Delta Shores starting to open up. On Friday the 1st also is the Mesa Grande District 7 movie night. It'll be the Secret Life of Pets with free popcorn, drinks, glow sticks, and all that. But if it's too hot, and we're going to try to determine that, this week, we're going to probably move it to another day because we want to make sure we maximize participation, and the weather may not participate. So right now it's on, but if you'll hear from us in the next 24 hours as to whether it's off or not. And then finally, a public safety town hall meeting at the Robbie Waters Pocket Greenhaven Library. It's going to take place on Wednesday, September the 6th from 6 to 8 p.m. It's a town hall meeting style with Police Chief Daniel Hahn. So I encourage District 7 to come on out and get to meet him and talk about how we can make District 7 safer.
Who is this Daniel Hahn guy everyone keeps talking about? Well, that was a long meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your good work and your patience. We're adjourned.
Indeed. I know. Long. What you drop?